Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
All right, rolling through some of your reaction and our final thoughts of the day, brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. And Adam and Chad, nobody better than those guys.
Yeah, the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. And how about this? Our friends at Hemp Hill Services, they're offering $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Tell them the Next Round sent you. They want to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated, independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090, 205-229-2090, or hemphillservices.com.
Yeah, and Tyler, if you're still listening, yes, we've got your source now. Good information there. We appreciate that. Preston writes in, stereotyping the Notre Dame team here, but it feels like this may add much more needed emphasis and development on the O-line and at the tight end position in Alabama's offense of the future.
Well, I will say that if you look at the offensive line position, it is littered with Notre Dame alums. And a lot of those have been over the last 5 to 7 years. Michael Mayer is going to be the top tight end taken in this year's draft. He was a big-time weapon, and he was their go-to guy offensively.
They do bring in, Alabama does, Maryland tight end C.J. Dupree from the portal, who will join the tight end room in Tuscaloosa there. Josh says, when people were saying Drew Pine transferred because he didn't like Tommy Rees, Josh claps back at them and says, no, he transferred because he knew Sam Hartman was coming in.
He's not starting.
That's what I said earlier.
Yeah, you did.
And then Brian says, Jimmy's and Joe's over X's and O's, right? We've all scoffed at Notre Dame over the years because we knew they didn't match up talent-wise. I don't think anyone ever felt like they had bad coaching. Brian Kelly's early success at LSU has proven that a little bit in my mind.
Well, this will be, regardless of the roster Alabama rolls out on offense in 2023, it'll be the best roster he's been a coordinator for. There's zero doubt about that.
Well, and I think you think about the storyline next year. Year one, Brian Kelly beats Alabama in overtime. Year two, Brian Kelly going against his former quarterback and former offensive coordinator.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That is an interesting matchup. But that's the story where we are on the offensive coordinator in Tuscaloosa. No buzz on the defensive coordinator yet, but as many of you were thinking, maybe today is the day you get news on both of them, or at least by the weekend, as spring practice approaches very quickly. All right, that's the show today. We do appreciate all of our guests, including Tom Luganbill, being with us this week. Already on the show this week, Dan Orlovsky, Andy Kennedy, who's got a big basketball game tonight, 6 o'clock down at Bartow Arena. We look forward to that as well. We roll on with the next round tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time, and tomorrow afternoon, a specialty show from the World of Wills, which is in town this weekend. Great family fun down at the BJCC. Go check out the 52nd World of Wills. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.
The NFL playoffs are here, and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the next round all the way through the Super Bowl.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round. presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, here we go. Live show on a Friday. We're at World of Wheels in downtown Birmingham, Alabama later today at the BJCC at the Legacy Arena, all the ballrooms there. Looking forward to that. More details coming up. My goodness, if you're watching UAB's big win last night, not only was Jelly Walker and UAB fantastic, but also on the ticker below, Alabama was dominating the headlines. Both big headlines involved Tommy Rees and Nate Oats. We'll get to the big win of UAB coming up in just a second. Jelly Walker actually on the show today. He'll be with us live coming up at 10:25 Central, the second hour of the show. So that's a tad bit later after Jelly returned last night and getting UAB's big win. But first, let's start with the other side of basketball in the state. Back when Texas got rid of Chris Beard, we said it was a day of reckoning. That was the phrase we used on the show, a day of reckoning for Alabama basketball. At some point, Alabama's AD, Greg Byrne, would have to step up and say, we are going to be totally all in on Nate Oats as a basketball coach. Yesterday, according to John Rothstein and now confirmed by others, Greg Byrne and Nate Oats have come to a deal on a 6-year, $30 million contract with incentives on top of that looks like it will, at least from this round of openings, keep Nate Oats in Tuscaloosa. It seems to be a big win for Alabama basketball fans.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, this is a big number for a college basketball coach. We talk about what these guys are making at the football level, but now he's going to be one of the highest paid coaches in all of college basketball. And since his arrival, was it 6 years ago? Was it that long ago?
No. I think this is
4
year
years
4.
ago.
Yeah.
He's already doubled his salary. I mean, he initially signed for a little less than $2.5 million per year. So, he's ascended quickly.
Yeah. One of the highest paid coaches in college basketball.
Yeah, he is. The list I found is confusing, but I think if I have got this right now, that because Jay Wright was up there, well, he retired. Mike Krzyzewski was up there, he retired. John Calipari is the top right now. Chris Beard, I think, was in the mix to be next. He ain't coaching right now. I think you get, unless I have missed something, I think you get to Bruce Pearl pretty quick.
Oh, yeah. After the Final Four, he became one of the highest paid.
He did. And I think once you get past and I think Tony Bennett is up there and Bill Self is up there, I think you're to Nate Oats. I think you're talking top 10 money in college basketball right now based on the numbers I've got.
Yeah, Chris Beard, obviously, his numbers are
That's totally, what I said, but he's
totally different now.
Yeah, he's not coaching. He and Jay Wright backed out of that, so that kind of affected the standings.
LT Gray over there in the Volk Tire and Automotive chat room is saying, I'm assuming Texas can pay that $10 million buyout. Well, the buyout was $12.5 this year.
Well, it dropped down to, it was 12.5 at the end of last year, dropped down to 9.8 at the end of this year.
I would think it would go back up to about 15 if you're going to get 5 a year.
You would think.
Well, that's where we haven't seen the details, the special sauce of the contract yet, and where you are on buyouts and all that. But here's Greg Byrne last night reacting to some idiot's tweet last night. Well said on Roll Tide, hashtag Roll Tide there from the Alabama AD last evening about the contract there.
Some idiot's tweet.
My point was on that tweet last night, as he brings that up, was you're in the process of a very special season, and I've said this to Greg in person at a game before. It feels like all the conversation about the arena, whether Nate's going to leave and go to another job, if Kentucky opens up, Texas is open. You hate that all that's happening in what may be the best season you've had in Alabama basketball in a couple of decades, since Wimp's days or since a Mark Gottfried team. It just feels like, you're worried about all this other stuff instead of enjoying what is really a great player in Brandon Miller and in Clowney and what this team could be and what it has done so far. You need to put all that other stuff on a different side of the ledger, and let's enjoy what's happening in the here and now. I don't want to sound like Nick Saban or Dabo Swinney, but sometimes you just want to enjoy where your feet are.
This happens, though. You go back to Scott Frost at Central Florida. The speculation was you're having this wonderful season, but you're going to be out at the end of the year. When Iowa State was playing for a Big 12 championship, it's the best season in Iowa State football history, but Matt Campbell's going to be gone. These are the things that happens, and I hate to equate Alabama basketball to Iowa State and Central Florida football, but you're dead on there. And, I heard the shooter, our buddy Pat Bradley, this morning saying, I don't think Nate Oats will leave. Like, I think Nate Oats is going to be at Alabama for a long time because he's already realized that he can get a top 5 player in Brandon Miller. He's already realized that you can get a number 1 seed where they're positioned right now. You're going to make as much money as you possibly want in the SEC.
And here's one thing.
And by the way, you can do something nobody's ever done before.
That's right. You're writing your own legacy, right? But something that a lot of people don't understand about Alabama basketball is there are some big, deep pocket people who, I'm not saying they're more into Alabama basketball than they are Alabama football, but there are some deep pocket Alabama boosters who love Alabama basketball. And obviously not enough to build a $1 billion arena or wherever the price is, but there are some people who really love Alabama basketball that have money that's in the Alabama booster chain that are all in on making sure Nate Oats has enough NIL money to keep great classes rolling in.
Well, and I have been told, and I have not heard this from Nate Oats, but I've been told by someone close to him that he feels like $1 million annually NIL is plenty.
Yeah.
Which I thought it'd be more.
Yeah.
But I've been told that he's comfortable with about $1 million annually in NIL money. Let him have $1 million, and he's good to go.
I'm surprised at that because I would think a guy like Brandon Miller would demand at least $1 million, and then maybe you've got another $1 million to divvy out amongst the other guys. But what you're saying about Alabama basketball fans, and look, I used to have season tickets years ago, and I think what has become, Alabama loves their football. And this is almost like the mistress. They got a little bored with their marriage, so they would just dabble over here with the mistress. Now they've fallen in love with the mistress. Now they have 2 loves.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. That normally leads to trouble.
Trying to love 2 women
normally,
is like a ball in the
normally
chain.
does. There's people out there that pull it off, though.
So just a quick observation here, and I'm curious to what you guys think. So, Lance, it's something you said earlier. You think, and I would agree, normally when what I'm paying you goes up, what you have to pay me to leave also goes up. And to the people that just flippantly spend Texas money and say, oh, guys, Texas can pay a $15 million buyout. That is one of the biggest misconceptions in coaching is how much schools pay for buyouts.
Well,
schools generally don't stroke big checks for buyouts.
You've been told by guys that represent some high-end coaches.
I'm going to text them right now.
Yeah, how this works. But at the same time, it wouldn't just be the buyout from Nate Oats. You're still paying Shaka Smart.
You're not paying Chris Beard. That's the big thing.
Well, we don't know how that's going to play out.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably going to be a settlement, although it was
Or some legal
calls.
legal fees or something that may play in.
And I think Texas, the money you've got tied up in football, I mean, how many coaches are they pay? Are they still paying Charlie Strong? No, they're paying Tom Herman.
There at one point, believe it or not, the buyout Florida had to pay for Jim McElwain, which Jim McElwain actually I think ended up paying part of that himself. Was the biggest that was paid in the history of college sports at one point. Now, it could have changed since then, but that is a common misconception that these schools are just willing to stroke massive buyout checks to get the guy they want. So I think buyout is key in this, Dunaway, and we haven't seen that number yet.
It always is.
And yeah, it is. It's the key to any contract. And Lance's, assumption, and I think it's a fair assumption that, okay, if buyout was $12 million at the end of last year, dropped to $9.8 million at the end of this year, and now it's going to bump back up. What I'm paying you, the buyout's going to go up too. That is a safe assumption, I think. But we won't know till we see.
Well, here's the way I would frame it if I'm Greg Byrne. Look, we're committed to you. You've doubled your salary in the last 4 years just for the optics of this, to calm everybody's speculation. If we up your buyout, then, this is going to scare some people off, and it also shows your commitment to us. But I think this buyout goes up to $15 million.
Charlie, by the way, a great Michigan fan over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, 4 great locations with our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, tires and everything bumper to bumper. He's a Michigan fan, and he says, please bring Nate Oats to Michigan to correct that program. His roots are in Michigan. Michigan State, eventually Tom Izzo will leave. But also you've got Juwan Howard, and that Michigan program's they got a big win last night over Northwestern, but likely they're not trending toward as an NCAA tournament or a deep run there. So, with Texas and possibly Michigan, one day Michigan State, one day Kentucky, there's a lot of programs that you're going to have to fight off, and it won't be just this year. It'll be an annual thing if you continue to be where you are in Alabama basketball.
And that was the second point I wanted to make. Nate Oats, and I'm interested in what you guys read into this, okay? Because I read something into this, and I want to see what you read into it if it matches. Nate Oats could have waited and played the leverage game.
Oh, yes.
So if by doing this now, it takes what I'm about to say off the table. Now, some of this is baked into the cake that Greg Byrne baked yesterday. But there's a chance if he had waited to the end of the year, he's negotiating as the first coach that ever took Alabama to a Final Four or perhaps won a national championship. Who knows what will happen the rest of this year, right? There's also a chance he could have flamed out in the Sweet 16, and you haven't really done anything school history-wise.
Did you see what his current Final Four incentive is in his contract? I mean, why would you not just put $1 million in there? They've never been before. It was $50,000 when he signed the extension. In 2021, they moved it up to $100,000.
Wow. I'd want a little more, honestly.
I mean, a Final Four seems like it should be $1 million, right?
Yeah.
Well, you never got
first
one.
ever.
Though I think Greg does laugh at how we spend Alabama's money all the time.
Yes, we've built him an arena more than once.
I mean, LT basically says if Greg would just go in his backyard and dig up a few jars of money, he could pay for a new arena.
I mean, that's one of the things, though, and I'll let you get to your point, Brown. I would say, if I'm Greg Byrne, we're upping this buyout. But at the same time, if you win a national championship, we'll give you $5 million.
Yeah, so
we'll give you 1 year's salary for winning a national championship.
It's like a Christmas bonus, a March bonus.
Do you think that would be worth it?
I do think it would do something for Alabama athletics if you're a national champion in basketball, yeah.
So
I offered to pay when Neil Callaway signed his deal with UAB. I offered to pay
what?
$1 million if he won a national championship.
Did UAB wouldn't accept that?
I mean, I talked about it on the air because they had an incentive in there. It was like $25,000 for winning the national championship, and I was like, I'll give him $1 million.
But if you wanted to play the leverage game, I mean, really,
I never had to sweat it.
Yeah, I'll give him $1 million in my house.
And not that I have it, but
you're not going to have to sweat it.
Not with Trent Dilfer.
They were going to garnish my wages forever.
Maybe with Trent Dilfer, maybe not. But with a 12-team playoff and them in the American, you probably wouldn't be as comfortable making that.
I'd still make it.
That assumption now. Oh, you still would?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Maybe later in the show we get $1 million on the table.
I'll carry half of it, Lance. So. But the leverage game would be wait and see how far I go in this tournament. I may go deeper than any Alabama team ever has. And at the end of the year is when all the jobs are open. I see what Texas does now. Look, Texas hasn't fallen off. They may go with the interim. I don't know.
Right.
Michigan State. Tom Izzo might say, hey, I've had it, man. I'm going to retire.
You know the interim is, though, right?
Huh?
The interim was coaching UTEP last year to a 500 record.
Yeah.
So as well as he does, unless he makes a Final Four run, I don't think there's any chance.
I've seen schools do dumber things.
But he is considered it fell off at UTEP, but he was a 9-year assistant at Texas, and he was somewhat successful at Fresno, I believe, before he went there.
And look,
he's got some ties to Texas.
He's got a lot of Texas ties, but I would, with that high profile job that is, I would be surprised.
So, but I mean, Tom Izzo might retire. It's Juwan Howard, maybe Adam Izzo, who knows? Syracuse, Jim Boeheim may retire. Some historically great basketball programs. You never know what Nate Oats wants to do.
Yeah. So
you could play the leverage game, but he chose not to do it here. He chose to forego leverage. What does that tell you?
But he's got a certain amount of buy-in as well.
That's what I read into it, is that he's like, hey, look, Greg, I could wait till the end of the year and I could probably squeeze more out of you. I want to be here.
Yeah, he's got some
buy-in. I'm going to sign this. I want to be here. That's what it said to me.
And as I said in my tweet last night, that there's got to be some common ground that he's at least reached in conversation that he's comfortable with facilities. Whether it's a new arena, remodeling, reshaping, whatever, you don't go into a new deal, right, unless you have reached some common ground with the powers that be of what your facilities are going to look like. What that means, we'll find out as time goes on. But Nate Oats has a new contract. We'll get to UAB basketball in just a second after that big win I told you about to start the show. World of Wills is where we are later today down at the BJCC. The ballroom's there. Always for a half a century have turned into just a great show here in town.
It has been 52 years now. The World of Wills been coming to Birmingham starting today. This year number 52. O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wills down at the BJCC. Hot rods, race cars, antique cars, classic cars, custom imports, motorcycles, all there tonight, 6 o'clock. 30-minute concert by Thompson Square. Tyler said he's going to camp out so he can get the front line for that. He loves Thompson Square. Autograph session with the band after that show as well. Joe and Amanda Martin from Iron Resurrection. Rockstar is so heartbroken he's going to miss them. It's his favorite show. They are there tomorrow. And then JJ, Jimmie Walker, Dynamite from Good Times will be there taking photos, signing autographs on Sunday. O'Reilly Auto Parts stores, the Birmingham area, they've got discounted adult tickets, or you can see more at worldofwheels.net.
All right, so 86-77 UAB beats number 19 Florida Atlantic. Here's the numbers. 20-game win streak for Florida Atlantic ends. They've got 2 quad one wins. That's over with. Last time they beat a ranked team at Bartow, 2013 against North Carolina. Last time they beat an AP ranked team, period, Iowa State in the NCAA tournament 2015. Here's Andy after the game with a little sigh of relief, getting Jelly Walker back and Eric Gaines staying hot.
Really proud of our group. I thought the things that we could control, I thought we controlled. I thought we were really locked in. I thought our energy was really good. About midway in the first half, to close the half, was as good as we've played against a quality opponent. And it's good to get back whole. We got the kids that weren't with us in Houston back, and I thought Ty Brewer, 2 big threes. I thought Javion Davis helped us some. Trey got in early foul trouble. Our bigs had foul trouble all across the board. But together, they give us a presence inside. I thought he did a good job of keeping balls alive in the first half. And then obviously with Jelly changes the game, it changes the way in which we can play, it changes the way in which teams have to design to defend us. But the number, again, that sticks out to me is the fact that we win the battle of the boards, turn it over 13 times, and I think 4 of those were in the last 2 minutes, so we were pretty good with ball security and held them under 38%, and that's one of the most efficient teams in college basketball and without question the hottest team, having won 20 in a row.
Yeah, absolutely, and you read everybody who covers college basketball on a national level, they trumpet UAB's win, and they say Florida Atlantic, that loss does not knock them out of the at-large conversation either. Florida Atlantic's a good basketball team. Getting UAB in the win column last night was huge for AK.
All right, put it this way. Florida Atlantic had not lost since November 11th. I forgot what week of football we were in, but was that before Alabama lost to LSU in football? It's been a long time. I mean, 20 consecutive wins.
November 11th.
And that same day?
November 11th was the last time Florida Atlantic lost.
Yeah. I was just wondering. I was trying to equate.
I think it was the week after Alabama.
Where
LSU.
it was on the football schedule. But watching that game last night, Florida Atlantic has got athletes. They're big. That Vlad Golden kid can play.
I don't think you want them in your bracket, do you?
No, I don't think so. And I think they will. You know, normally we all know this is a one-bid league, and it's whoever wins that conference tournament. But as long as they don't have any bad losses, I think Florida Atlantic's in.
39th in the Ken Palm. I mean, does that gets you in as an at-large?
Yeah, I would think so.
I think so. I mean, that puts you in the neighborhood of Florida. By the way, Florida is 38th.
Yeah, I'll use a comparison. By the way, FAU beat Florida. That's one of their quad one wins, and I think UAB, one UAB on the road and UAB at home are 2 quad one wins for them. I think that's their 3 quad one wins.
USC is there, by the way. But I was going to say Texas A&M's 41. I mean, we talk about A&M near the top of the SEC. They're 41st in the Ken Palm. FAU's in front of them.
Yeah. So with Florida Atlantic. College of Charleston also was one of those mid-majors that was ranked. They lost again last night. They've lost to Hofstra and Drexel. And the same people say FAU's lost last night, still at large. College of Charleston, no longer an at-large consideration. They'll have to win their tournament. Both of those teams spent a couple of weeks in the polls. So just to show you the difference in what UAB beat last night in Florida Atlantic and what College of Charleston was. Charleston's out of the at-large conversation. Florida Atlantic is not.
As good as UAB was defensively, I think a lot of the energy in the building was Jelly Walker coming off the bench early. You saw the crowd. I mean, he got a standing ovation, and I agree with what AK said there. They played the best basketball, at least I've seen, and I haven't watched every one of UAB's games, to close out that half. That 14-2 run, that looked like a legit tournament team.
My gosh, I look so much at Ken Palm and not at the net. You broke me from looking at the net because I would bring it up. You're like, Brown, I don't care about the net. I want Ken Palm. Florida Atlantic was 18th in the net.
Absolutely.
Down to 21 after that loss. I mean, that's easy in.
Yeah.
I mean, Dusty Mays put together an interesting team. I mean, that's a really good team.
I'm sorry I broke you about the net.
You did. You used to always shoot it down. I don't care about the net. I want to hear Ken Palm.
Well, I mean,
I just quit bringing the net up.
I just go by what the coaches Tell me, they never reference the net. They always talk KenPom.
Unfortunately, I think the NCAA looks at the net, and while the coaches may not like it, I think the NCAA leans on it some for their bracket building.
I think it's one of those that by the end of the year they look a lot alike.
They may. I don't know. I don't really pay close attention to it, but yeah. I mean, FAU was very high in the net. I mean, 20 is high, and they are, as you mentioned, Jim, 2-1 in quad one. The one loss UAB, one of their wins UAB.
That's right. So, and the other one is Florida, who is sizzling right now in the Southeastern Conference. So that's basketball. Nate Oats' contract and Andy Kennedy and UAB with Jelly Walker back. Big win. We'll talk to Jelly coming up on the show at 10:25. Matthew's exactly right. That 1-3-1 was really, really confusing to Florida Atlantic last night. So a really good move there. It was recently we saw Mississippi State do the 1-3-1 against Alabama, and they struggled in Tuscaloosa. That 1-3-1, it's like a foreign language sometimes.
It is chaotic, and you've got a lot of athletes out there. And look, and I agree with what Matthew was saying over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. But I like when Trey Jimison's in there. He gives you a physical presence. That dude looks like he could play tight end.
Yeah. Rob Wright checking in from Memphis, Tennessee in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, where Dylan Brooks went all Draymond Green against the Cavaliers last night.
That was embarrassing. You know, he's got a terrible reputation to begin with, but you lose the ball out of bounds and you hit Donovan Mitchell in the junk for everyone to see. Then Mitchell fires the ball at him. They get tangled up. Bench is clear. The thing I would say is I don't even know how you can throw or you can assess a flagrant foul on Donovan Mitchell. I mean, if somebody hits you in the junk like that,
you should be able to do anything.
You really should be. I mean, do you agree?
Yeah. You shot the man. Right? Hit me in the junk.
I mean, there should be a natural reaction, though. I mean, once you clear everything out, if you're the officials, okay, this is what happened. Yeah. Donovan Mitchell's fine.
He hit me in the balls, and my initial reaction was to throw my big ball at him.
I don't know how you can have any respect in the league. This isn't the first time he's done this.
Yeah. That Memphis team, and I saw the NBA All-Star game, and I don't watch the NBA All-Star game usually. How is Ja Morant?
Fan vote.
How is he not a starter?
I don't know.
I mean, I'm not a fan of the game. The first person I vote on my All-Star team is Ja Morant.
Yeah, I mean,
who's watching the NBA?
But I mean, again, I brought this up in our pre-meeting yesterday. Giannis is having an MVP season. Luka's having an MVP season. LeBron is having an MVP season.
They're all in the West, I understand. And Ja's in the West, too. But you can only have 5 starters in the West. But come on.
And do you know right now, I'll tell you what, I'll give you something out of my wallet if you can tell me who leads the NBA in double-doubles.
Oh, Jason Tatum.
Do you have any idea?
LeBron James.
It's Sabonis for the Kings.
Well, I'd have gone a long time for it.
If you just said Sabonis, NBA player in the 80s or right now, I would have said 80s.
Is that Arvydas Sabonis' kid?
It's his kid, yeah. And
did he play in the 80s?
Yeah, Arvydas Sabonis did.
Okay,
yeah.
That's where the name came from.
And Sabonis was great, but this kid, nobody talks about him. He played at Gonzaga, but he leads the NBA in double-doubles. Had another one last night.
Yeah. Yep. That's crazy. That's crazy. Lance will have a lock coming up a little bit later on. We'll get to that. Football news, couple of big stories in our next segment. Show being brought to you by a couple of folks. Ghost Energy drinks right there as you get going every morning. Look for that Ghost label. If you drink energy drinks, you haven't tried the Ghost Energy drink, please just give it one try. 0 sugar. It'll get you kick-started any part of your day. Sometimes after lunch, you come back, you go to work, you want that Ghost Energy drink. We're at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio, always here atop the Blue Lake Center. And the show being brought to you in part by our friends at MyBookie. I try anytime I go to MyBookie here with Brownie, he's going to tell you about MyBookie. I always try to give you one game to watch tonight.
Give me a game, Jimmy D. What do I got?
On a Friday night,
Patriot League.
Not a ton of great basketball. You get Harvard and Yale tonight if you want to watch that in the Ivy.
Yeah.
VCU St. Louis tonight, 8 o'clock. Or is it 6 o'clock? 6 o'clock, ESPN2.
Who is it?
VCU and St. Louis.
What's the number?
You will love that game. I don't know what the number is. But
VCU at St. Louis?
VCU at St. Louis, 6P, ESPN2.
I haven't checked numbers yet. I'll say St. Louis 3.5.
Lance is going to say St. Louis 3.5. MyBookie.ag says St. Louis minus 3.5.
Yeah, really good. Boise State, San Diego State, 8 o'clock FS1 tonight. 2 really good basketball games tonight.
Boise State, San Diego State, Lance.
Yeah.
Boise State, San Diego State. San Diego State's going to be a 7.5 point favorite.
Ooh, that's juicy for 2 8-2 Mountain West teams.
San Diego State 5.5. Boise State value, Lance.
Yeah, there you
Or
go.
San Diego State value. That's the way that would work.
However you do that. MyBookie.ag, though.
Hey, you can play those games right there at MyBookie.ag. Don't forget code NEXTROUND when you sign up at MyBookie.ag, because when you use code NEXTROUND, you're going to get a deposit bonus. Now, listen, I'm not going to pretend like a lot of places don't give you that deposit bonus. They do, all right? But here's what's different with MyBookie.ag. When you get your deposit bonus from them, you bet it one time. It is yours, and it is yours forever if you win right there. All you got to do is win. That deposit bonus belongs to you. Obviously, if you lose, you're going to lose the bonus. You know, I don't have to explain math to you, right? That's unique for MyBookie.ag, and it's why you should use them, and it's why you use code NEXTROUND when you go there to get that bonus. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. Now, listen, Super Bowl coming up. They got the live lines, but they also have the prop bets, coin toss, linked to the national anthem, color of the Gatorade dumped on the winning coach. Those random things that we love to talk about, you can actually play them at MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. That is MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Let me ask a very simple question. If you were washing your car, would you use the same sponge on the body of the car that you use on the undercarriage? The clear answer is no. So why are you using the same razor on your face that you're using on the undercarriage? Stop doing that today. Go get the lawnmower at Manscaped and make sure you got the perfect razor for that really important part of your body. Manscaped.com. Right now, use the code TNR, 20% off your order. Use code TNR at Manscaped.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Okay, 3 big football things I want to get to. We'll see if we can get them all in before we talk to Andy Staples at the top of the hour in the next 2 seconds. The first one, we will go Oklahoma, Texas. Developing news there this morning. Usually I would have led the show with it, but UAB basketball was so good and Nate Oats, his contract was so big, so we started with that. So we'll get into that conversation right after our friend Brownie tells us about JohnsonRVCenter.com.
Glad to be a friend, guys. JohnstonRVCenter.com, I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. They have the Coachman Freedom Express there at the Coleman store. Now, this is one of the best travel trailers on the market right now. It's lightweight, beautiful new interior, tons of storage space, big fridge. Yours for just $249 a month with approved credit. You heard me right, $249 a month with approved credit. You could see that right there at the 304 exit in Coleman or 334 in Decatur. You can always see everything online. JohnstonRVCenter.com, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Brett McMurphy of the Action Network and Pete Thamel of ESPN both reporting this morning, and now others are confirming their reports, that the talk of Oklahoma and Texas leaving the Big 12 for the SEC in time for 2024, the negotiations have stalled. Here's the Brett McMurphy tweet. Chances of Texas and Oklahoma leaving the Big 12 early to join the SEC in 2024 is not officially dead, but sources told the Action Network HQ they're not optimistic it happens unless somebody blinks. In December, all parties were hopeful a deal between Oklahoma, Texas, the Big 12, ESPN, and Fox would get done. But now, with so many people trying to secure their own part of the pie there, the negotiations has stalled a little bit. I'm not giving up hope that it happens because we're expanding the playoffs. You know, there's some parts of the Big 12 being included in this that, I think maybe some behind-the-scenes handshakes were done to save the Big 12.
I'm a little surprised. Again, the Big 12, they're peaking right now as a conference. Again, this is not much in the stratosphere of everything, but they just won the Big 12 SEC battle 7-3. They're clearly the best conference in college basketball. They played for a national championship. They've got two quarterbacks meeting in the Super Bowl. If I'm the Big 12, I try to get Texas and Oklahoma out as quick as I possibly can. Let them go.
Well, the source that Pete Thamel quotes in the story has this quote to your point, Jim. There's no formal timeline or brink from which you can't come back. But this is where things are right now. A deal is unlikely.
Yep.
Now, you guys know in any business deal, there are two factors, right? Time and money.
That's right.
So the shorter the time gets, the better the money is going to get probably for the Big 12 here. So my guess is, without having all the knowledge of the industry source or Pete Thamel or Greg Sankey or anyone else, don't you think that's probably what the case is? The Big 12 is like, hey, the longer we stretch this out, the more money we probably will get from ESPN and the SEC to make this happen.
I mean, at some point, if the SEC and Oklahoma and Texas want to go ahead and get this done, there is a chance you could just loan some money or dip into something, and Oklahoma and Texas, makes that big payment, and then they don't get a full part of the allotment from the SEC. Just spitballing off the top of my head.
You figure something out, right?
If I'm giving a $75 million check to every school, maybe you only get $35 million until your debt's paid off to us, right? And we take a little off the top like the Sopranos like to do. There's ways to work this out. Being an old guy and being around the media a long, long time, not that Pete Thamel and Brett McMurphy are not well-sourced. They are 100% so well-sourced that it would not surprise me that somebody on one of these sides, maybe the SEC and ESPN, threw these two guys the information so that it changes the negotiation, or it fires up the negotiation, or maybe it changes the dynamic inside the room a little bit. If it all of a sudden you wake up today and you're the Big 12 commissioner and you're like, oh no, wait a second. The one thing you don't want to happen if you're the Big 12, to your point, the one thing you do not want to happen, you do not want your football season next season to be a Big 12 championship game between Texas and Oklahoma. You do not want that to happen. And if they're there in 2024, you know what you don't want to happen? You don't want to get two bids for the Big 12 and the 12-team playoff, and they're Texas and Oklahoma. And the longer you play this out, the better chances you are that your two programs that are your flagship, Texas and Oklahoma, end up getting back there.
We always respect Greg Sankey and the decisions he makes. And Brett Yormark has been on the job less than a year. I think he's been on the job 7 or 8 months as the Big 12 commissioner. I mean, the first thing I would do, and if you're one of those institutions that's in the Big 12 that's going to remain there, you would completely respect him if he's like, we're cutting ties with these two programs. This is it. I just don't understand why you would allow them. I know there's television contracts. There's ways to work this out.
Well, I wonder how much of this is ESPN and Fox, too, now, because, Fox obviously has a contract with the Big 12, and that contract was signed with Oklahoma and Texas being part of the league. So, you got a lot of people at play here. You got the Big 12, you got the SEC, you got ESPN, you got Fox, you got the individual entities, Oklahoma and Texas, who are probably going to have to pony some of this up. So that's a lot of people to get on the same page and have a common goal, right?
But if I'm correct, I think the Big 12 media rights deal is a shared ESPN Big 12 Fox property. I don't think they're all in on it. I don't think it's all Fox. I think it's a shared property.
No, it is not. No, it is ESPN and Fox. But Fox has part of that property.
They do.
Where they're going to say, ESPN, you're still getting Oklahoma and Texas. You're still going to have them. We don't have them. So the deal we signed right here, that's not the same deal. We're not getting the same Big 12 product.
100%. 100%.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying it wouldn't surprise me if Fox is one of the holdups here, because they know this, as soon as they leave, they're not showing any more Oklahoma-Texas games. And that value of the Big 12, say what you want, they got some decent teams to come in, but it ain't Oklahoma and Texas. The value of their contract, whatever part they have, is much less now.
Yeah, I would check my programming if I'm Fox. I'm not sure they're going to have enough windows to do all the Big Ten games they promised the Big Ten and put anything else on all their properties.
You're probably right about that.
They've got to show 8 Big Ten games a week.
Yeah, but they can also get a little money out of this whole deal. So I would imagine that is one of the things here. So you would say the same thing at the Pac-12. The one thing you don't want is USC and UCLA playing for your championship.
Well, they're definitely leaving in 2024. So that is cast in stone. You don't want it to happen this year if you're the Pac-12,
because we talked about if you're the Pac-12, do you want USC to play in the college football playoff just so you can break your playoff seal? Since Washington, they've basically been sealed off since Washington.
I guess you would take that. I guess. I still can't. I cannot believe USC and UCLA are going to the Big Ten.
I know, but that's happening in 2024. So that is not one of those that is still a holdup. Your dream scenario is that you have Oregon and Washington, or Utah and Washington, or Utah and Oregon playing in the Pac-12 championship this year, and one of them, the winner, gets into the college football 4-team college football playoff, and then it's like, we don't need you.
That's right.
You think they would rather have Colorado just for the Deion factor?
He's going to be great television.
Would that be one of the biggest stories in college football?
Deion's in the college football playoff.
He had Wheezy Lil Wayne walking around the facility yesterday out on social media, and Deion was walking around. It looked like he had the skiing overalls on, like he had walked in I don't know what the weather was yesterday in Boulder, but it looks like he'd just walked in from outside where he'd been out in the snow for a while.
Lil Wayne tickets go on sale today. He's coming to Birmingham.
Yeah, our friends at Iron City. Yeah. Down there. So
he's at Iron City.
Yeah.
So our social media director Taylor Corn, at her wedding, she's got the one song she demands is a Lil Wayne song that plays.
So I
think for her first dance,
is a Lil Wayne song. Is Lil T a good dancer?
I've only seen her in spots, and I would say that she's not Paula Abdul.
She's not a Laker girl. Okay, that's one football story. We got another one that's a pretty big one as well, involving Tommy Rees. Notre Dame, the people covering Notre Dame, sort of throwing a little bit into the conversation this morning as well. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Wayne's. 50 years, Wayne's have been taking care of all you folks in our central Alabama area, and it's spread out to be a southern regional company in those 50 years. Half a century of doing great business. That's what Wayne's Pest Control, Termite, Lawn, and Mosquito Services has done for you. So to celebrate 50 years here in 2023, the next round has teamed up with our friends at Wayne's, and we're giving you a special offer. $50 off pest, $50 off termite, $50 off lawn, or $50 off mosquito services. The offer is good for existing customers as you add those, or new customers as well. You can stack them as well. So you get 2 of those, it's $100 in saving. 3 of them, it's $150, so on and so on. It's all right there at callwaynes.com. Callwaynes.com. But here's the key. You got to use the promo code TNR. And I've told you this before. Anytime you go to any of our sponsors, just throw in a TNR promo code in case you miss something, just to see what kind of deal you get. But a TNR promo code with Wayne's at callwaynes.com saves you $50 off each one of those services, whether you're an existing customer or whether you're a new customer at Wayne's. Callwaynes.com, callwaynes.com. All right, Tommy Rees picked up by the plane, talking with Nick Saban. Notre Dame, people that cover Notre Dame, says if this comes down to money, you do not have to worry that Notre Dame will match the money if needed there with this. And I'll read you the information. Eric Hansen, who covers Notre Dame, just talked to a source who tells me whether Notre Dame offensive coordinator Tommy Rees stays or goes, it will not be based on finances. In other words, Notre Dame will match whatever Alabama offers if Rees is indeed offered the job with the Crimson Tide.
Here's one thing you've got to remember. Notre Dame is one of those programs, like in Alabama, like in Auburn, where people absolutely fall in love. It's like, whatever your religious beliefs are, your family, and then your team. Tommy Rees is a Notre Dame guy. He absolutely loves that program. So he's got to make a decision. Is it love of the program? I'm staying here. Really, he doesn't have a shot at being a head coach unless something tragic happens or something crazy.
The head coach at Notre Dame?
Yeah, at Notre Dame.
Because you think Marcus Freeman's going to do a good job. He's going to be a coach for a long, long time.
Yeah, I really do. I think at least the next 10 years. So if you're Tommy Rees and you're looking for advancement, and sometimes it's just good to break away and get in that new atmosphere. So it comes down to, do I love South Bend this much where I want to spend my career here as maybe an offensive coordinator, or do I want to go out, see some other things, and work my way up and become a head coach at this level?
Well, I'm not going to remember this off the top of my head, but if you just compare coordinator next job to coordinator next job, I mean, obviously Alabama's going to blow them out of the water because Alabama's coordinators have gotten really good jobs for the most part. I'm trying to remember. I know Clark Lee left and went to Vanderbilt as the head coach.
If he stayed, he may have been the head coach.
Probably would have been the Notre Dame head coach. Marcus Freeman advanced up. I'm trying to remember their offensive guys. I just don't remember
Chip
them.
Long.
Well, where did he go?
He got fired.
Okay.
Or I think he went to Arizona State, maybe.
Yeah, something like
or
that.
Or Georgia Tech, somewhere like that.
It was a downward move. He didn't get a head coaching job.
He was pushed out.
And I can't remember. It's just. That's not exactly, you're not leaping from Notre Dame to great jobs.
Right. And that's my point, Brent. I tweeted this out when Eric did his reporting today. I said, that's interesting that they would match the offer. That doesn't surprise me. But if you go with the athletes you're recruiting.
Mike Elko.
Yeah,
to Texas A&M.
Well, he went to Texas A&M.
Still is a DC, though.
Yeah. Went to the Duke job.
But still, you've got Duke and Vanderbilt.
Yeah, Duke and Vandy.
Back to what I was saying, though. With Tommy Rees at Alabama, you've got a different athlete than you have at Notre Dame. I mean, that's a proven fact. That's why Brian Kelly's at LSU.
No doubt.
Right?
That's absolutely correct.
So if you're Tommy Rees and you want to be a major head coach, to y'all's point about getting a good job, your best chance of doing that is where? Maybe it's at Alabama with better athletes on that SEC stage. Notre Dame's a big stage too. But if last year they basically ended up going double tight ends and running the ball mostly. That doesn't wow you a lot as an offensive genius watching that offense last year. Credit to Tommy Rees, he adjusted so they started winning football games. But to come down and have 5-star on 5-star on 5-star like they have recruited the last 3 years in Tuscaloosa gives you a chance to do some dynamic stuff that could get you an unbelievable job.
You guys tell me the last time you've had a Jamar Chase, a Devontae Smith, Justin Jefferson at Notre Dame. Was it Tim Brown, Rocket?
You're Israel? I'm trying to think. It was the best cat.
My man Ben Skoranek, who's our fourth option for the Rams, was a Notre Dame
Seriously,
guy.
though, in the last decade, the best pass catcher they had, or last 2 decades, well, not 2 decades, 15 years.
Other than Mayer, it was the baseball player.
Tyler Eifert?
Eifert was tight end, though.
Oh, I know. I said pass catcher. That's why I use the phrase pass catcher.
You got to get away from tight ends. But
true receiver. So it was.
The dude with the mullet that pitched for the Cubs.
Jeff Samardzija.
Yeah, Jeff Samardzija.
That was him. It was him, wasn't it?
Wow. Well, so there you go.
They got one.
Golden Tate played there, but that was forever ago.
Yeah.
Anyway, they don't. To have those kind of weapons, you really wonder, though, because he's got a great relationship with Brian Kelly. Brian Kelly really respects his former quarterback and former offensive coordinator. I wonder if Brian Kelly doesn't want him in the league because he really believes in Tommy Rees as a recruiter and a play caller, or if he would tell him, hey, look, you need to make this move. The SEC is a better life. You'll have more fun with these toys you've got.
Yeah, I said that yesterday, Landmine Believer. Rees will be coming in and doing more of a Kiffin Sark playbook than what Rees has done at Notre Dame.
I agree with that, yeah.
He's a 30-year-old coach who's going to, and he's a former quarterback, so he can adapt to other. Chase Claypool's a better call, Rusty.
There you go. There it is. We finally got there.
Very
Playing
good.
for the Steelers. Chase Claypool.
He's really, really good, Rusty. Thank you. But that's exactly right, Landmine Believer. That's
not with the Steelers anymore.
That's the way they do. Where is he? Seahawks?
No.
Nope.
I think the Redskins. Let me check that. I don't know how I don't know that, but yeah, he got traded.
So we will find out on Tommy Rees maybe today. And keep in mind, as a 30-year-old, not too long ago quarterback in college, he will have a huge role in developing Ty Simpson or the other quarterbacks in that young quarterback room. So that's why, good recruiter, great guy coaching quarterbacks, why he's so attractive to Nick Saban.
The Bears.
The Bears, that's right.
Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. We'll update you on some Super Bowl injuries later in the show. Precision Sports, whatever is going on in your life, they will get you back in your game at work or whether you're a weekend warrior. And then I got one thing to tell you about coming up after you tell us about Precision.
Yeah, 2023, new year. There are new ways to contact your favorite Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedic provider. Remember the number, 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweaked that shoulder putting up the Christmas decorations, injured the elbow shooting hoops in the driveway. Maybe the knees when you get up from the couch. You tweaked one of those. Let 2023 be the year. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care, better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Hugh Freeze has had an opportunity to talk the last couple of days, including yesterday with the media. A couple of interesting things from Hugh Freeze about Auburn, the quarterback room, and where he thinks the Auburn's offense was last year. The very honest Hugh Freeze, and then Andy Katz, all next on TNR.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
It's back, Birmingham! The O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wheels Custom Auto Show, February 3rd through 5th at the BJCC, with hot rods, customs, motorcycles, and more, featuring country music artist Thompson Square on Friday night. Saturday, meet Iron Resurrection's Joe and Amanda Martin, and Sunday, meet Jimmie Dynamite Walker from Good Times. Plus, feature cars like Kit from Knight Rider, and kids can enjoy Hot Wheels racing, costume characters, and more. Get discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Details at worldofwheels.net.
Back with you on the next round. Couple of Hugh Freeze sound bites right here. Right after LT tells us about our friends at Gutter Cap. See Stu, wherever you're listening to us in Central Alabama, can hook up your gutter situation, clean them out one last time, and then you never, ever, ever have to worry about your gutters again.
Yeah, think about that. I don't know how often people are cleaning the gutters. I don't worry about it because I've got Gutter Cap. But if you're doing it a couple of times a year, it's a dirty, dangerous job. It's just a waste of time. Gutter Cap will come out. They'll clean the gutters one final time. It's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping debris out. Eliminate that gutter cleaning, as Dunaway said, forever. It's got a lifetime warranty. He's been in Birmingham for over 20 years. Right now, he's got a 2023 special for the next round viewer and listener. Call Chris Stewart today. 205-823-2212. Call that number. Just let him come out, give you an estimate, and see what it's like to never have to clean the gutters again. 205-823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
Our buddy Peter Burns with an interesting take as well. I'm fascinated by the Sam Hartman part of the equation of Tommy Rees, Alabama OC. How upset would you be if you could have transferred to any school and you choose Notre Dame only to see your future OC leave if he ends up leaving? I don't know if he chose Notre Dame because of Tommy Rees or not, but that would be an interesting dynamic if you were going to Notre Dame for that reason.
Well, yeah, I don't know that he went there for Tommy Rees, but if I'm Sam Hartman, I had a lot of options. And I would guess, I don't know about you guys, but I guess if I'm a college quarterback, offensive coordinator is a pretty big concern for me. I mean, what do you think? What do you think?
Who's calling the play and what kind of relationship do I have with him?
Especially when my head coach is a defensive guy, so my offensive coordinator is going to be the key to my development there. So I don't know how that couldn't affect him.
Yeah. Okay. Cut 7, Tyler. Cut number 7. Hugh Freeze yesterday. If I asked you who's battling for the quarterback job down at Auburn, who's in the mix for you guys?
Well, Robbie Ashford's your one right now.
Robbie Ashford, yeah. Holden Gerner.
Yeah,
Holden Gerner's got to be there.
Got to be, I would say, your number 2 right now.
Yeah. Do you guys remember a guy named T.J. Finley?
Yeah, is he still at Auburn?
Still in the mix. But Hugh Freeze says...
it's not his type of quarterback.
Hugh Freeze talking quarterbacks, and hey, don't just assume that they're going to go out and get one in the portal here. Hugh Freeze wants to evaluate these guys.
Will we take a quarterback in the second portal? I think I'll know a lot more after spring practice. Truthfully, when I watch the cut-ups that I've watched, it's hard. It's hard for me to adequately judge quarterbacks if they're not afforded the opportunity to stand in the pocket and make reads and make different throws for a decent percentage of time. And there's just the sample size for that is pretty small if they weren't under some type of duress or maybe it was more of a move the pocket scheme so I'm anxious to get into to spring and kind of see how they handle that, and then I'll go from there with with what we do in the second portal window. We entertained a few quarterbacks in my mind in the first portal window, but never felt great about many. There were a couple that we did, but they didn't pan out for whatever reason here at Auburn, and I was okay with that, honestly. I'm excited to work with the ones we have.
You ready for a hot take on February 3rd?
Here we go. I like a hot take.
9:53, hot take February 3rd. Robbie Ashford will start all 12 games. He will be the most improved player in the SEC, and Auburn will win 8 games in year 1 under Hugh Freeze.
Wow.
Whoa. That's a lot in that one.
All that because they changed to sitting down for the news conference?
I've got hot take. I think Hugh Freeze is a hell of a coach. I think Robbie Ashford is the right quarterback for this system.
Man.
And I said this last year, even under Harsin, I see a ton of potential with this Ashford kid. He's erratic. He's all over the place right now. The old Bull Durham line. If he fell out of a boat, he probably couldn't hit water. He will get more
Okay.
and more accurate with reps. Hugh Freeze is going to be great for him. And I think Auburn, not only will he be the most improved player, they'll be the most improved team in the SEC.
All right, can we put some numbers to this real quick?
Well, that's all hard takes. Go ahead. I'm just going to sit over here with my jaw open. More Hugh Freeze later in the show.
Yeah, first of all, I thought that was an honest answer from you, Freeze.
Oh, that's blown away at the complete honesty. Even that we tried to, we entertained a couple of quarterbacks.
And I'm not going to close the door
out.
on the next one. Yeah. Most coaches, I'm happy with my roster. Why would you suggest I need a quarterback?
You go Jim Boeheim on him.
I did. All right, so Lance, last year, now I keep in mind as I give these numbers, he didn't start every game. I'm completely aware of that. 49.2 was his completion percentage.
Awful.
Well, that is awful, but you think that number is what?
I think that number is up to 58%.
Okay, so he improves by 10%, basically.
Yeah.
You're gonna
Touchdown
10%.
interceptions next, I hope.
Well, I was going to go yards. We'll go touchdowns, interceptions. 7-7. That number is what?
I mean, 7-7 for his first year as a raw quarterback is not awful.
What did he start? 9 games? 10 games? 9 games?
Yeah, I think it was 10. I'd have to go back and look at his actual starts, but I think it was 10 games.
I think he'll still turn the ball over, but I would go 18-8.
18-8, okay.
And that's just passing touchdowns.
Now, 1,613 passing yards. Again, he did not start every game, so that number is naturally going to be low.
He'll double that.
He'll double that. So you
Over
think
3,200
3,200 yards.
Yeah.
So you think 58%, 3,200 yards, 18-8.
Yeah, and I think he'll rush for over.
We need to write this down.
Look, I think he will rush for close to 1,000 yards.
All right.
And I think he will score 10 touchdowns on the ground.
We're going to get Taylor. We'll get Taylor to build a graphic so we have this for posterity's sake.
So jot all that down, and Taylor will build a graphic so we can bring back LT.
And you guys will
Lance's
give me
hot
this.
take. We'll tweet it out. So we got it.
Are you gonna Scooby Doo it here in a second? Pull off your mask. You're really Charles Barkley.
Would you guys give me this? The best game you saw Robbie Ashford play?
It was Arkansas.
Well, I thought he made some good throws in the Alabama game.
I thought it was Alabama.
Yeah.
He ran the ball. He didn't. He threw for 77 yards
But I'm
against
just
Alabama.
saying,
One of them was a highlight.
That was a great touchdown
pass.
Yeah, he showed toughness. He made some plays. He did it with one hand behind his back.
No, but Arkansas, he was 24 of 33, 285 and a touchdown. I mean, come on. That's his best passing game. Yeah. Now, Arkansas's defense was not good.
If landmine believer, if Nick Marshall can become an elite quarterback, then Ashford should be able to do it as well. Chris says, yay, good take, booger jacket. A lot more coming up. We'll talk to Andy Staples, not Cats. Andy Staples coming up next. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters, always getting you ready for a new season, whether it's hunting season or something else.
Nichols Outfitters has got all that hunting gear right now. A store full of it, and you can get great deals. 50% off your deer hunting accessories. Make the most of the remainder of this deer season or the deer seasons to come. 50% off deer hunting accessories now through the end of February. Nichols Outfitters, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. Nichols Outfitters knows the outdoors.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
The NFL playoffs are here, and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the next round all the way through the Super Bowl.
Hey, this Valentine's Day, treat that special someone to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at Summit Shopping Centers. Choose from a menu of over 70 options. Buy online 24/7 or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa and tell them the Next Round sent you. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Alabama basketball head coach Nate Oats has a new contract, pending approval, of course. 6 years, $5 million annually. Out through the 2029 basketball season. UAB with a big win last night over number 19 Florida Atlantic, 86-77. Just heard a little bit from Hugh Freeze. We'll talk more about Auburn as they approach spring drills coming up. Tommy Rees, his potential of either staying at Notre Dame or coming to Alabama. And Oklahoma and Texas coming to the SEC or staying in the Big 12. All that developing news as Andy Staples joins the show now.
You read him at The Athletic. You follow him on Twitter at Andy_Staples, and you listen to his podcast. Wherever you get our podcast, you get his as well. The Andy Staples shows. He talks tons of college football and amazing foods. He is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Andy? How are you?
What's going on, guys?
Not a whole lot. You heard Dunaway lead into you there, mentioned Tommy Rees. If I told you Alabama hired Tommy Rees, your reaction to that would be what?
Well, somebody finally said, okay, I'll learn your playbook and call it. Because that is – but listen, people are acting like that's a problem. That's a reason for their success over the past few years. You know, Mike Gundy did the same thing at Oklahoma State, and it's how he went through a lot of, offensive coordinators, and they remain relatively successful. Last year, not so much. But one of the reasons that Alabama's been successful is that playbook dates back into, Jim McElwain, Doug Nussmeier, and they can do literally everything out of it. Lane added some stuff. Brian Dable added some stuff. Mike Loxley added some stuff. Bill O'Brien added some stuff. And it's a big menu. And the thing is, the OC is going to be able to call the flavor he wants out of that playbook. But I kind of like that they can do a lot of things, and it forces them to teach the players a lot of things. The receivers learn to run the route tree properly. The linemen learn to block, gap scheme, zone scheme, lots of different things that when they then audition for the NFL teams are like, hey, you can do all this stuff. That's great. Let's pick you higher than we pick somebody else. And so I understand that's why they do it. In this day and age, it's hard, though, because so many offensive coordinators are like, this is my system. This is what I do. And I kind of like the ones that can go, you know what? I'm going to mold this thing based on what I have here. And I think you can look at Alabama over the past few years and see how different the offense was for Bryce Young, how different it was for Mac Jones, what they ran with Tua, what they ran with Jalen. They've been great at being flexible with what their players can do. So it's funny because I know that's been the frustration trying to fill this job, but I still think it's a sound strategy.
Tommy Reese's former boss, Brian Kelly, in year one wins the SEC West. I know it's February 3rd, but I'll ask you anyway. Going into this season, would you go Alabama or LSU to win the West?
I still have a hard time picking against Alabama. I'd like to know what their offense is going to look like. I mean, I like to know who the starting quarterback's going to be. And remember, everything I just said still applies. Like, whoever they hire at offensive coordinator, what the offense will look like will depend on who the starting quarterback is. And so, is that Jalen Milroe? Is that Ty Simpson? Is that somebody they get out of? I don't foresee it being somebody they get out of the portal after spring. But is that how are they handling that? So I don't know yet. I mean, I thought Jaden Daniels took a lot of steps forward. I think we've learned now, looking at Jaden Daniels' college career, when there's good players around him, he plays pretty well. You go back to his freshman year at Arizona State, where they had Eno Benjamin at running back and they had Brandon Ayuk at receiver. He was pretty darn good. He struggles when there's not much talent around him there. He gets to LSU, and it took a little while, but I thought, kind of by the Florida game, he felt more comfortable as a passer, and that offense was really clicking. And I also think when you've got two freshman tackles, there will be growing pains, but those dudes are studs, Campbell and Jones. So I like that, but I still have a very tough time picking against Alabama, just knowing, one, the kind of talent Nick Saban just brought in, the kind of talent he's been bringing in. It's still, we're not far enough away from Alabama dominating college football completely to be picking against them yet. Sorry.
For the Alabama fan that's watching us right now, win probability if they're holding out hope for Jeremy Pruitt on the other side of the coordinator hire for Nick Saban, is that near 0% now? Is it still alive at all, or do you not see a path at all to Jeremy Pruitt being on the Alabama staff?
I can't imagine that, because they haven't had a committee on infractions hearing on the stuff at Tennessee. You don't know what might come down the pipe on him. It just seems like a lot of variables. And also, look, we've seen double secret probation in the SEC before, where somebody says, I'd like to hire this person, and it's communicated to them, maybe you shouldn't. And that doesn't last forever, because that person was Hugh Freeze, and that person is now a head coach in the SEC. So that's not a forever thing. But right now, with a notice of allegations out there, no idea what the penalties would be, I would imagine it'd be very difficult. And remember, these are recruiting violations that he's accused of, which means the penalties would come in the form of recruiting restrictions that could potentially make it very hard for somebody to do their job. So I don't know. I think that one feels like it'd be too hard to do right now.
Andy Staples is with us, The Athletic. The Andy Staples Show is a great podcast that you can get wherever you get your podcast. At Andy_Staples on Twitter is where you follow him. At Andy_Staples. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Todd Monken seems awful interested in at least talking to people about NFL jobs. If that job did come open, you would think, again, the line would start at the door, though Kirby has not necessarily shown the propensity to have a wide open, do whatever you want offense. Not that Nick Saban has, but Nick Saban seems to have been a little more adventurous in offensive coordinators than what Kirby is willing to be.
Oh no, I think Todd Monken's very adventurous. I just think they use what they've got.
Yeah,
well, they don't use
They're the best tight ends in the country.
I know.
So.
So there's a split on this show. So Dunaway really likes Todd Monken. Lance and I think Todd Monken's just I said the other day, and you're going to laugh. I can already tell Andy's going to laugh at this. I said 30 guys could have done what Todd Monken did this year.
Nope. Disagree. You saw with kind of similar talent when James Coley was the OC what that looked like. They had a former walk-on quarterback, and they figured out how best to use everybody.
Except Brock Bowers.
They didn't figure out how to use their leading receiver?
I
think they used him pretty well.
I think he averaged 3 touches a game. I mean, look, it doesn't matter. They won a national championship.
How many games did they win?
They won 15.
All of them.
Yeah.
And how did the season end?
Oh, it ended
65-7 win in the national title. Let's not split hairs about usage rates.
Okay. I'm just saying Brock Bowers might be the best player in college football, and he didn't get enough touches in my opinion. But again, it didn't matter.
And if they try to force feed him the ball, defenses aren't stupid. So maybe they did the right thing. Maybe they did the thing they should have done.
I work with a lot of money ballers here. Their analytics.
I like Monken. And look, if he wants to go back to the NFL, because those offenses were actually pretty prolific when he was in Tampa Bay, but Jameis Winston was also throwing it to the other team a lot. So, if depending on the situation he gets into, Tampa, it sounds like, is one of the options. They don't know what they're going to do at quarterback there. So that's an interesting situation. You've got Blaine Gabbert and Kyle Trask. Do you draft somebody? So, I'll be curious to see what he decides. But remember, guys, Mike Bobo's sitting right there. Bobo's a good offensive coordinator. I realize, and I have been a big proponent of the run the damn ball Bobo meme. Like, there's that one play at South Carolina. I can't even remember which year it is, but they're on the goal line and it's like 3rd and 1. And it's like, what are you doing? Just hand it to the big guy who's fast behind your big offensive. But if you look at Bobo's offenses through the years, he's actually a pretty creative offensive coordinator. So I'd be fine if Monken left and Kirby just goes, hey, Mike, pop on up there. Because here's why. You know who was great at doing that for years and years and years and years and years and years? Having somebody and trusted waiting in the wings, ready to take over?
Nick Saban.
Yep. Isn't it odd that now Kirby is in that situation? Dan Lanning leaves. Oh, hi, Glenn Schumann and Will Muschamp. You're right here. How about you run the defense now? And if Todd Monken leaves, if Kirby wants, he can go hire somebody. But he also go, hey, Mike Bobo, you're a pretty good SEC offensive coordinator. You already know these guys. Why don't you just do this? Like, that's what Saban used to do. And now Saban's out here, the plane's landing in South Bend with cameras on it.
Okay, Andy, if I asked you, better next 3 years based on expectations, Deion at Colorado or Jimbo Fisher at A&M?
I still think Deion's expectations are low enough that he can exceed them. Jimbo's expectations are national title or bust. So I think Deion getting them to be like an 8-win team feels like a lot easier call than Jimbo getting A&M to be an SEC title, national title type team.
Listen, I hate asking reporters who have great sources about other people's sourcing, but the discussion this morning in this part has turned quickly to Oklahoma and Texas and their departure from the Big 12 and how maybe the negotiations have stalled. Do you have a thought on that reporting? And do you think there is still a path that we have Sooners and Longhorns in the SEC in 2024?
I still think there's a path because I don't think they would have put out a 1-year schedule if they thought that they were going to be there in 24. I think they would have put out a 2-year schedule. And here's the deal. They just got to get it done. I mean, the Big 12 people were the ones who decided, hey, let's open the door to this. Oklahoma and Texas were fine waiting till 2023, 2025. They didn't really want to, but they were willing to do it. And then the Big 12 folks were like, hey, new beginning, new TV contract. Let's get this done. And the idea is, and I think it's a reasonable one, that it helps make whole those 8 Big 12 teams that are remaining because they'd had to take a little haircut to give some money to the 4 new teams coming in. And it helps, give that money back to them. And everybody makes a little more than they would have. Texas and Oklahoma will still make more than they would have because they're going to the SEC a year early. And, ultimately they will make more money. So I just think they need to figure it out. It would be very silly if they let it get bogged down now, because by putting out that 2023 schedule, that's the Big 12 saying, hey, we're expecting them not to be here. So, because they would have put out a matching 2024 schedule with it, and they didn't. So I understand it's contentious, and I've talked to somebody about it last week and was surprised at how contentious it's gotten. And I just think everybody needs to step back and realize you're both better off being done with this, because, like the attitude at Texas and Oklahoma is like, we didn't have any say in which schools they were going to choose to bring in, and don't want to get sent to those schools to play away games. Like, you also didn't tell them you were leaving for the SEC. So it's kind of, you're kind of both here, both in the same boat. So just get it done and figure it out.
Describe for us, please, as you leave here, the best, most unique thing you've recently eaten.
Oh, I don't know if it's unique, but I did have just a phenomenal smoked turkey sandwich at Meat Boss down in Mobile when I was there for the Senior Bowl this week. They have a deal where you pick your meat, you pick your toppings, you pick your bread, and they have some unusual toppings. They're the only barbecue restaurant I know of that offers pepper jelly as a topping. And I've done pepper jelly before on a pulled pork sandwich, and it was very good. But it's even better on a turkey sandwich. So you go sweet Hawaiian roll, turkey, pepper jelly.
Yes, sir.
Yes. It was awesome.
Sign me right up.
I'm a big pepper jelly fan. That does sound fantastic.
Yeah, Meatballs in Mobile. I'll be there. Andy Staples, thank you very much for the time, Andy. Have a great weekend. We always appreciate it.
All right, appreciate it.
All right, go follow him on Twitter at Andy_Staples. Download and listen to the Andy Staples podcast wherever you get your podcast, The Andy Staples Show. And read him at The Athletic. He is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Dunaway, I was telling you, the roommate has got a signature dish now, at least for me.
Okay.
And you were talking about unique food. So how does this sound? And we typically go out to eat, but I have to get this at least once a week now. So it's Swedish meatballs over a bed of orzo with Greek yogurt, sun-dried tomatoes, and green olives.
I'll take it.
Other than green olives, I'm all in.
I love olives.
It is fantastic.
Yeah.
I like black olives better. The green's a little salty, but it mixes with this.
Yeah.
It's got a little kick to it, a little spice.
Yeah.
With some of that great wine that our buddy Woodrow brought up here yesterday.
Yeah. Loved Woody bringing you wine. He didn't bring us wine. He brought you wine.
Well, I think Lance paid for it.
Well, he did. But he's offered wine to me before at a nice Woody rate, and I've said, yeah, I'm all in on that. And we never get the delivery, but I appreciate it.
So we were at dinner the other night, and he said, I'll bring you the wine tomorrow. And I said, yeah. He gave me the price.
Yeah.
You could have jumped right in and said, bring me a case.
I have. The previous dinner of that, when the same conversation happened, I was like, but that's okay. Woody's a great guy, and hopefully one day I will get a delivery as well. But that does sound good. I'm not the huge olive fan. You know what I forget sometimes? Just a simple pasta and a red sauce. I was at a friend's house for dinner last Friday night, and we just had a couple of different pastas, and we had some meatballs that you could throw on there, or some chicken, some baked chicken, but just meat and her homemade red sauce. It's just so delicious. I love a good red sauce.
So no meat in it though?
Oh,
just,
yeah.
Just
the red sauce had some some meat in it.
Okay,
yes,
good. Got a little Italian sausage or something.
But it was just really good. Yeah. Just fantastic. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. We showed a picture yesterday. There's a backstory to it. I'm gonna complete the circle here in just a second, because we may have got one of our viewers not in trouble, but
fired
on the wrong side of his wife a little bit, maybe. But I'll get to that after Michelson Laser Vision.
As I laugh out loud.
Yes.
Hey, to find out if LASIK is right for you, make the phone call that I made a couple of decades ago, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Look, if you wear the contacts, the eyeglasses, I know you hate it. You're wasting money each and every year. At least find out and see if you are a potential candidate for LASIK. Michelson Laser Vision. Dr. Mark Michelson, the first in Alabama to perform LASIK back in 1995. I got my procedure done over 20 years ago. I've still got 2015 vision, better than 2020. Dr. Jen Michelson. For more information, they're conveniently located to the UAB Highlands. Go to MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Do you have yesterday's picture too? Okay, I thought you did. Remember when we showed you this picture yesterday? Mike Rogers, the Alabama hat discussion. This back from the early '80s.
The old painter's hat.
Yeah, he sent me an email last night saying, "Listen, I never thought you would show the picture on the air." Because, I was just sending because, Alabama, and thought you'd like the retro hat. Didn't ever think you'd hear it on the air. So I'm getting in the shower, listening to you guys on the app, and all of a sudden, you start talking about it.
Right.
So I scream for my wife to come running in, and as she's running in to hear you guys say my name in my 15 minutes of fame that I remember I have cropped her out of this picture that I have sent you guys.
Wow.
Here's the actual picture. He had cropped his wife out. So he sends me this whole letter how they were, dating then, they got married, and they've been together ever since. He's an associate pastor.
Do they work for Adidas?
That was big back in the 80s. He's an associate pastor. His wife's been with him since the early 80s.
That's
at
awesome.
Madison Free Will Baptist Church up in Madison County outside of Huntsville, Alabama. So there's Mike Rogers. Mike writes me this long letter, email. You know what he forgets to mention?
What's that?
His wife's name in it right there.
Okay, well.
So not to throw him under the bus.
2 for 2 now.
You just did.
So I chased it down for you, Mike. That's his beautiful wife, Beth.
Okay.
I did a little internet search and found out where church he's at.
Okay.
Associate pastor, congregational care, much like my wife, Maggie. And that's his beautiful wife, Beth. They've been together all these years, doing God's work up in North Alabama. Don't jump the guy. I don't know if you have a patience Bible verse off the top of your head here, but Mike, don't send until you read it. Don't be patient and get the actual wife's name in there again next time. Beautiful couple.
So, and I don't want to dig deeper here, but that's an airport. Are they on a runway? What's going on behind them? An air show or something?
It's an air show. I thought I mentioned it yesterday.
Okay,
air show in Columbus.
Maybe you did. Okay.
Yeah.
So Mike and his lovely wife, they love God. They love Alabama football. They love America. And
what
they
else
love
is there,
Adidas.
Lance? I mean, my gosh.
And they love Adidas back then, yeah.
What else
That may
is
have
there?
changed now. They, much like Shohei Ohtani, he's now New Balance.
What was the acronym for Adidas?
All day I do amazing stuff. I mean, I just went off the top of my head
You
on
never
that.
really heard it, though? I think really it was all day I dream about sports, but then, of course, the teenage boys would change it into all day I dream about sex.
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Do you really not?
Yeah. I don't remember.
I think the acronym really was all day I dream
there's
about
Zach.
sports.
Zach tapped it in pretty quick.
Yeah.
Oh, very good.
Or it could be
Daniel
soccer.
says all day I dream about soccer.
Yeah.
Nobody does it.
Yeah. Our soup? No, nobody does that. Much more as we continue.
I saw somebody the other day, and it was something online about men shouldn't eat soup.
Men shouldn't eat soup?
Yeah, because it doesn't look manly.
I don't like all these rules, man. How about I just live my life the way I want to? Yeah.
Yeah.
I love a good tomato bisque or a lobster bisque.
Oh, yeah. There's a place locally that does a good lobster crab biscuit.
I'll slurp up some chicken noodle soup.
Well, there's a place that occasionally we used to go to for lunch that has that coconut.
Oh, yeah, I like that one too.
Coconut.
Yeah, got a little tofu in the bottom. I don't eat the tofu, but I eat the heck out of the soup.
I don't know why, because this ain't no telling what's in the tofu.
Oh, I know.
It ain't tofu. Like styrofoam.
But
You guys, you don't trust the food processing, do you? No
I
telling
worked
what's
in the
tofu.
business. I know you worked in for a day, but
Yeah, I enjoy a good soup, man. I like the Fiesta soup. We eat that 6 times a year. I bet I eat so much of it.
I love Fiesta soup.
Oh, me too. When it's
Hey,
cold
what about
outside.
beer cheese soup?
Yeah, I like it. Not as much as a Fiesta.
I used to love beer cheese soup. Back in the 80s, back as we go back to the 80s with Mike's picture there.
Yeah.
What was the
Burley Earl?
No, what was the mines up on Red Mountain?
Oh, Baby Doe's?
Baby Doe's
Yeah.
beer cheese soup.
I never got to eat at Baby Doe's.
You
I didn't
never
either.
had the Baby Doe's beer cheese soup?
Now there are some and this will blow up the chat room. Some defunct restaurants that I wish were still around. I enjoyed the Mill. I enjoyed.
Was that the one down on 5 Points?
Yeah, it's
I
where Black
liked it.
Market is
Yep,
now.
Yep.
Cabana Cafe. Do you guys remember Cabana Cafe?
I never got to go to Cabana Cafe, but I remember the commercials.
Yeah. PT's, obviously, that's a staple.
Rossi's?
PT's I used to go
I
to all
loved
the time.
Rossi's.
I love
especially when
Rossi's. John Ed owned it.
From Connie Kanakis to John
I
Ed.
liked Connie Kanakis, too.
Yeah, Kanakis was right here at Colonnade.
And
We used to have
Colonnade.
trade there.
Yeah.
Had a great Greek chicken.
That was by the way, that was the first place where, in Birmingham anyway, the Kanakis and the Fire Grill, he owned both of them. They did the white chocolate bread pudding.
Yeah.
That was the first place in Birmingham that did that. I don't know if it was the first place anywhere, but the first place in Birmingham.
Wow. So I would literally, from restaurants to bars, I would give a pinky toe. I'm being serious. If you could take me back to like 85 and let me tour the Birmingham bars back then. Like I was able to go to Louie Louie's with a fake ID for a little bit before they closed, before they
so good.
transitioned. I never got to go to Hoppers. I never got to go to Brothers. I mean, there's a lot of these clubs that I would love to go back and see in the heyday of the 80s.
You never went to Hoppers?
Cafe DeVille, I never went there.
What was the joint in the Brookwood Mall that you could get the Shirley Temple? Fairleys, Farrell's. I liked Farrell's when I was a kid.
Yeah, I mean, I liked Farrell's.
Was that the one that was stacked like a
think
bus?
So, yeah. It had some sort of bus
I
theme.
remember they had the candy store right in the front. You'd go in the front left. It was right next door to Aladdin's Castle in Brookwood.
What was it? But there was one that had like an English theme to it. Like you could be on one of the buses that had a roof. Some of the tables were the topless buses.
I don't know.
That wasn't
Victoria
Farrell's?
Station down on Morris Avenue was basically an old train that you ate in.
Farrell's, you got the great big desserts at the end too.
Farrell's was good. My parents probably hated it, but as a kid, I loved going there.
They're saying Daryl's.
I thought it was Farrell's. I could be wrong. Maybe
it was Farrell's.
Yeah.
100% was Farrell's. I lived at Brookwood Mall growing up. What was the best bar in the 80s to go to?
In the 80s, I mean, we went to Louis a lot, but Hoppers is probably the cheapest thing I've ever done when I punched the guy and ran when he was giving a girl a hard time, and I didn't stay around to get my ass kicked.
Did you ever see her again?
No. I mean, she's not going to chase me down, and it's not a romantic comedy.
my night.
And by the way, I was
running
running too fast for her to catch me too. That was probably the cheapest thing I've ever done.
By the way, because I bring up night, I watched the Pamela Anderson documentary on a couple of recommendations.
What was the cheapest thing she's ever done?
Oh my gosh! I forgot how many times
Tommy Lee.
Do you know how many times she's been married? These are things I forget about Pamela Anderson.
I would have said just once.
She's been married to 5 different guys, but she's been married 6 times.
Wow, double dip.
She's not real good at that.
When she met Tommy Lee, he actually, and not to give away, I don't know if you guys are going to watch this, but she was going to Mexico for a shoot, and he told her he was coming. She's like, no, you're not. And he ends up showing up. 4 days later, they're married. Didn't even know each other.
Wow.
Shocked that didn't work.
Much more coming back. We'll get back into the Hugh Freeze conversation later, but Jelly Walker standing by. We'll get to Jelly coming up on the other side right here on TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. The Athletics' Aaron Suttles is part of our Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms. Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the next round.
Do I?
I don't know. I just always assume you do. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Artie, Andy Staples with us on the show. But last night, as we started off in the first segment, UAB got Jelly Walker back. And they quickly look like a different basketball team. They end the 20-game win streak of Florida Atlantic. Eric Gaines had 21, but Jelly had a string of 3 trips down the floor where he just was such a huge impact that secured the win for UAB, 86-77. And it just feels like everything is back on the table for the Blazers now. So let's talk a little bit more UAB basketball.
Yeah, as Richard says in the chat room, crowd was tremendous. Go Blazers. Fantastic game. If Jelly made that 3 go into the half, the roof would have blown off the joint. He is with us now. He joins us courtesy of Legacy Community Federal Credit Union. Jelly Walker, the UAB guard. What's happening, Jelly? How are you?
What's up, my guys? How y'all doing?
Awesome, man. Good to see you. Had to feel good to just be back out there playing, win or lose. I know you want to win, but just being back out there playing.
I mean, being able to play basketball again, I mean, I feel like beyond blessed and just happy to be able to be on the court again with my guys and to be in Bartow Arena around those fans, you know what I'm saying? It's incredible.
What was it like when you were at the scorer's table checking in last night early in the first half when that crowd stood up for you?
I was hoping that they did that because I've seen that a lot when people get injured, like the star players get injured and then they come back and everyone like gives them like a standing ovation. But I didn't know if it really was going to happen. But then when I got in and like AK, like he gave me like a head nod and like he smiled at me. And when I went to the scorer's table, I was already super excited. But then when I came in and I heard like the whole arena clapping for me, it was incredible, but it felt amazing and it felt really special.
2 things. Were you a little rusty because it seemed like as the game got going in the second half, you looked more normal. And would you say 100%, 90%, 85% I'm back to full health right now?
No, I'm not going to say I'm back to full health, but I'm getting there. Me and my trainers are doing a great job of just meeting consistently. I mean, it's a bruise. Those don't really, like, it's not easy to just, like, heal those unless you just completely stay off of it. You know what I'm saying? And obviously, I can't do that anymore because I'm playing again. So, but I think I'm in a good enough, I would say, like, space to where I can play and play the way I know how. But I was just amazing to be out there again.
Jelly Walker with us. He joins us, and when he does, he joins us courtesy of Legacy Community Federal Credit Union. You can depend on Legacy. They've been proving that to Birmingham and the UAB community since 1955. So the team you beat last night as a team, 86-77, is the best team in your conference. But I think we have seen, Jelly, both in Boca Raton and last night, when you guys are whole, you're every bit as good as they are, if not better.
I mean, I think we're the best team in Conference USA. I think we're one of the best teams in the country. And I feel like, yeah, we've had a little rough patch, but I mean, some of the greatest teams do that. If you look at North Carolina last year, they went to the national championship. You know what I'm saying? And literally they had a bad conference season. Luckily, they ended up making it, but they had a bad conference season and they ended up making it to the national championship. So, I mean, we hit a little bit of a rough patch, but I'm glad that we're finding our way out of it. We're on a 3-game winning streak, you know what I'm saying? And it just feels good to be back playing good Blazer basketball.
In this industry, we embellish a little bit, but on the broadcast last night, they were talking about what a gym rat you are and that you go to Legacy so much that you know every janitor's first name. Is that true?
I don't know their first names, but I know what they all look like, though. And I say hi to all of them. but I'm not gonna lie and say I know their names. I really don't, but
How
I do
often
know.
how often do you voluntarily just go shoot on your own?
Every day.
Do you have
Do
you have a certain amount of shots?
Yeah, I mean, it depends. I usually shoot about 500 every time I shoot. Um, if I'm missing a lot, I'll keep shooting until I make 20 in a row.
What's the most you've ever? I'm sure you've seen the Steph Curry video where he makes, I think, 103 in a row.
Yeah. The most I ever made in a row, I think, was 58.
My God.
Holy crap, Jelly. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
58. But I mean, I do. No one has to tell me to go work out. That's one thing. You can ask anybody. Like, that's not a lie or nothing. No one. I work out all the time by myself. I mean, I've been hurt, so they've been telling me like basically stay off of it and don't do too much on it. So I haven't been able to get as many shots up as I usually do. But I mean, I feel as though when I start feeling better and to the point where it's like I can put more and more pressure and stress on my foot again, then I'm definitely gonna start shooting the way I usually shoot. But yeah, I mean, I get in the gym all the time. It's not even like.
If you hit 58 in a row in the big dance, you guys will go deep.
Yeah. I hit 58 in a row. I don't know what will happen.
Jelly Walker is with us, brought to you by our friends at Legacy Credit Union. Thanks for not falling for LT's trap, because we had put together 8 names. 4 of them were Bartow Arena staff and 4 were not. We were going to play staff or not, but you did not fall into that trap, so we appreciate you not doing that. As I want to ask you, because when a star player is missing time and the team is losing, sometimes there's fraction in the locker room. Did you learn something about your coaches and your teammates in a positive way during that stretch about the love you guys have as a unit?
Yeah, I mean, actually, that's a great question. But yeah, definitely me being out. Obviously, we all know I'm a confident person and a confident player. So I knew that when we were losing and stuff like that, obviously offensively we didn't look as good, but defensively we continue to get better. But I tried to instill my confidence into them, especially Eric Gaines. Like, I tried to let everyone know that in order to be a great offensive player, you have to truly believe in yourself. And I know it's hard sometimes, because when your leash is not as long as others, and you might not be able to do a lot of things that other people do, as long as you're confident in yourself, when you try to make those plays, majority of the time you're going to be able to make those plays. So I constantly preached to them while I was out, is you got to be confident. You have to truly believe in your game. Like, we work on our game every day in practice. We shoot shots. A lot of players on the team stay after practice and shoot shots, or shoot shots before practice. It's like you're not doing that for no reason. You know what I'm saying? So you literally have to believe in yourself. And I feel like that's what I preach to them most importantly when I was out. And I think it definitely brought everyone closer together, and maybe they looked at me differently instead of being like, maybe Jelly just cares about himself. I think he truly cares about us as well. But yeah, I mean, it definitely brought us closer as a team, though, because when you're losing, you like to point fingers. When you're winning, everyone and no one really worries about anything, So when you're losing, you have to come together even more. So I think me being out and me trying to preach that confidence into them, I think it played a major role.
Jelly Walker with us weekly, courtesy of Legacy Community Federal Credit Union. You can depend on Legacy. They've been proving that to Birmingham, the UAB community, since 1955. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. But you guys followed up that previous FAU loss with a loss to FIU, who obviously is your next opponent. How do you avoid making that mistake again?
I mean, if I played halfway decent versus FIU, we would have won. So I put that on me. I played horrendous, probably the worst game I played in college basketball. But I feel as though we're on a really good run right now. And I'm not even talking about the wins and losses. I mean, there's just the camaraderie and the energy in the locker room. It's like super positive, and this is the most together we've been as a unit since we started, and I feel like that's gonna take us miles and miles, you know what I'm saying? Regardless of the wins and losses, I just feel like us becoming as a team. And I feel like if you watch us in the last couple of games, I feel like we're coming more and more as a team. But I feel like that's the difference maker for us. I think as long as we stay together and understand that like there's runs are going to happen. They're going to make some shots. We're going to miss some shots. We're going to do some stupid stuff. But at the end of the day, as long as we stay together, I think we can get the win.
Earlier this year, you had 38 in 27 minutes. Most you've ever scored at any level.
In high school, I was at the St. John's camp, and my coach, Tony Childs, he used to coach at St. John's. He went to Tulane, and I don't know where he's coaching now, but he was there watching me. I had 70.
Oh, my gosh. How many from beyond the arc? I mean, how many threes did you hit?
No, I couldn't. When I was young, I wasn't really a shooter.
Oh, yeah?
I can always dribble. So, and I really like that, like the jelly stuff, I really lay the ball up really well. But I just got my jump shot.
I mean, did you have any assist in that game?
Yeah, a couple.
No, you did not. You scored 70. They dusted that ball for fingerprints and found only your fingerprints on it. Yeah.
yeah. And then in high school, the most I ever had 56.
Wow.
I like that.
Yep. All right, here's Jelly Walker. Go see him in UAB play 3 o'clock Saturday at Bartow Arena against FIU. Some tickets still available for that game. Jelly, thank you very much for the time. Good to see you back. Congrats on the win last night, buddy.
Appreciate you guys.
All right, man. Thank you. Jelly with us each week, courtesy of Legacy Community Federal Credit Union. You can depend on Legacy. They've been proving that to Birmingham and the UAB community since 1955. Like all of our guests, Jelly was on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
You know, if he goes on and makes millions in the NBA or whatever he does in life, makes millions of dollars, and he decides to host a music festival, he could call it the Jelly Jam.
He could definitely call it
Jelly Jam 2, Jelly Jam 3. It would be really good.
If he opens a donut shop.
Yes, he could call it those things, yes.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
It's an idea, Jim. It's an idea.
I like music
festivals. Speaking of that, we were talking about bars earlier. There was a bar in Atlanta, and it might have been a franchise. It was called Jelly Rolls, and it was the dueling pianos.
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember that.
Yep, I do. I do remember that.
Those were fun for a minute.
I always, what's the one in New Orleans? On Bourbon Street, there's a dueling piano place there.
I don't even know. There's one at the Wharf in Destin. It's called Rum Runners.
There's one, or at least the last time I was on Bourbon Street, there was one there on Bourbon Street. And it was always a fun place to go.
I think there's one called like Call of the Wild, maybe in Fort Walton, something like that.
Yeah.
Howl at the Moon.
Birmingham Squadron on a little break now with a long road trip and an all-star break. But when the Squadron gets back home in a couple of weeks for the second half of their season, you can make sure you're inside Legacy Arena by getting Squadron tickets. 205-719-0850, 719-0850, or go to Ticketmaster.com for the rest of the year. The exciting G League with a number of G League players that will participate in the upcoming NBA All-Star Weekend. And you get the Birmingham Squadron down the stretch, seeing a lot of great talent here in Birmingham, both on the Squadron roster and the teams that are coming in. Ticketmaster.com, 205-719-0850 for the Birmingham Squadron, second half of the season there. All right, as we roll on here, a couple of interesting things to get to. One from NASCAR. Do you guys remember the race? You remember the highlight. None of us were watching the race. I even forget what track it was on. But it was at the end of the qualifying for the playoffs of NASCAR. And Ross Chastain just hit all gas, no brakes, and crashed his car into the wall and just kept crashing it all the way around for a whole lap, passing like 15 cars to get high enough in the standings to make the playoffs.
Yeah, and people were like, that's not in the spirit of the game.
Yeah, well, NASCAR has come back and said
it's not in the spirit of the game.
Not in the spirit of the game.
Well, they're the ones that can say it, yeah.
They have banned that move from happening in future NASCAR races.
I thought it was exciting. I kind of liked it.
Yeah, I don't know if
it seemed like a bad movie. But.
I think it's for fan safety because, as you would imagine, when you're rubbing your car against the wall, there's parts flying everywhere, a lot of it into your patrons.
As will happen, yes.
But it is one of the greatest moves in NASCAR history, in NASCAR racing, back at the LA Coliseum this weekend. If you thought last year was only a one-time off deal, it was so successful on television and in attendance. Ticket sales are up, and they're back at the LA Coliseum again this Sunday before the Super Bowl as they get ready to head to Daytona.
I mean, outside of Madison Square Garden, probably the most historic venue in America.
Yeah, never thought I'd host a NASCAR race.
Yeah, I mean, that along with the Rose Bowl. And watching last year, aesthetically, it looked cool, but it's just too quick. I mean, it's almost like the little track you had as a kid, the Tyco tracks.
And it's a smaller field because it's only the people that won last year or won poles last year.
It is the old Busch Clash, but if you want a pole, you're into the main heat.
Okay.
Everyone that wants to can try to race their way into the main heat.
Yeah, but it's limited to like 20 cars or something like
because
that.
it's such a small track. But
okay.
it really was an entertaining day last year. Our Hemphill stat of the day with baseballs, because baseball, as we get ready for spring training, if February brings spring training, if I asked you of the 30 Major League Baseball teams in our Hemphill stat of the day, who has the best farm system now in Major League Baseball? For a minute, for a long time, it was my Tampa Bay Rays, no longer the case. For a minute, it was the Atlanta Braves, no longer the case. Who do you think has the number one farm system in all of Major League Baseball?
You bring this up, I'm going to say the Nationals because they've traded away so much.
It is not the Nationals.
I am going to go really close to the Nationals. I'm going to go the Baltimore Orioles.
It is the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Oh, my gosh.
They have the best farm system in Major League Baseball.
Good scouts.
It's why you may start to see a changeover in the roster. They've been so good. You've already seen a couple of pieces be dumped off.
Gone. Seager was gone last year. Yeah, they've traded off some major pieces.
And in fact, the Braves used to be so good, and you see so many of them, as Samuel is saying, in their starting lineup now with long-term contracts. According to Keith Law, the Braves now are 29th in farm systems.
Boy, flips quick.
They're all in Atlanta.
They traded. They're either in the starting lineup, or they traded a big chunk of them for the two players they got from the Oakland A's that are part of that lineup, the catcher Murphy and then the kid at first base. So just a interesting little dynamic shift there in baseball of the farm systems. I think Tampa Bay's middle of the pack now, but the Braves are now 29th, and the Dodgers, big market teams, got the best farm system in Major League Baseball, according to Keith Law, as we get ready for pitchers and catchers down there. All right, Hemphill Services, that stat of the day. Adam Chad delivering you the great cooling, heating, and plumbing services.
Yeah, we've got a February deal for you. Our friends at Hemphill Services offering a $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam Chad, the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit is ready to keep up with changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated, independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Let me ask a very simple question. If you were washing your car, would you use the same sponge on the body of the car that you use on the undercarriage? The clear answer is no. So why are you using the same razor on your face that you're using on the undercarriage? Stop doing that today. Go get the lawnmower at Manscaped and make sure you got the perfect razor for that really important part of your body. Manscaped.com. Right now, use the code TNR, 20% off your order. Use code TNR at Manscaped.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the next round. If I say best tequila you've ever tasted.
Oh, it's
Maestro Dobel, man. Yeah. Come on.
I did a taste test with 50 tequilas last weekend, and there was only one that jumped out.
The next round has an official tequila. It's the Maestro Dobel Diamante tequila, the world's first clear multi-aged tequila. That's right, a multi-aged tequila. That's what Dobel Diamante is. It's aged in a new European oak barrel, double filtered to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. It's the aging process that makes it so smooth. It's crystal clear in appearance. I don't like any tequila that's not crystal clear, right? Smooth and crisp on the finish. It's Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing. Again, it's so good, and you know how queasy my stomach is. I just pour it over ice and squeeze lime in it. It's my favorite spring and summer drink. It is Dobel Diamante tequila.
I got a deal for you.
Okay.
I will give you $20 a shot of Dobel today.
No.
I bet the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room would like to see you get about 8 deep, and then we'll drag you down to the BJCC.
There's no way, I could do 8. I don't do shots very well.
Does anyone do shots very well?
No, I can't do 8 of anything. Maybe, what was kamikazes.
Well, yeah, a kamikaze or a pink panty pull down, a green tea shot.
Yeah. Second quick green tea shot you've referenced in the last week there.
Grab your nuts real quick.
You're the one that's had the green tea shot here recently.
Sometimes I don't dictate shots. If you're around a group of people and they want to do a certain shot, you can try to push them on Dobel. But
here is details on the Nate Oats contract and one other topic. Brownie, what can you tell us, man?
So this is from Mike Rodak, AL.com, who's covering the Board of Trustees meetings. The word had leaked out about Oats contract extension, but it had to be approved today. That's why it leaked out, because it was on the docket.
Always gets approved.
Yeah, they always get approved. They don't get to this point without knowing it's going to get approved. Greg Byrne is explaining it, though, and Mike Rodak is kind of documenting what Byrne is saying as he explains it has been approved, but as he explained it to the Board of Trustees there. So they're adding 2 years to the contract. The first year will be $4.5 million. So this upcoming season, $4.5 million. Escalators every year. Average of 5 per year now. So that's going to be the average, as John Rothstein reported last night, 5 per year, which Mike Rodak says puts him 4th in the SEC. I know for sure Calipari, Pearl are in front of him. I think Rick Barnes is the other one, if I'm not mistaken.
That sounds right.
If it's not Barnes, it's Buzz Peterson.
Maybe so, but I think it is Rick Barnes. And Rodak says that puts him top 10 in the country. So now you're only talking about guys like Bill Self that will be in front of him and just a handful of other primo coaches. So
likely Tom Izzo.
Yeah, I think Izzo, Self.
Probably few. I mean, just for what he's done for the program.
I don't know. It's a lot of money for that program. But anyway, you're now paying your basketball coach top 10 in the country. I mean,
that's a statement. And I think it shows you, hey, look, if you ever get an offer, we are willing to match whatever that offer is.
Speaking of offers, and this is the most important part of this contract, it's one thing to pay somebody a lot of money, but if they don't have a buyout, they can leave at the drop of a hat. Greg Burns says the first year buyout, now keep in mind, the buyout at the end of last year was $12 million. It dropped this year to 9.8. It would have dropped next year to 7. The first year buyout back to $12 million. The second year buyout, $10 million. The year 3 buyout, $7 million. So if jobs come open at the end of this year, Nate Oats would get and I've checked with a couple of sports agents, what would probably be the biggest buyout in the history of college sports. So when you start worrying about Nate Oats leaving, schools just don't pay that kind of money in buyouts. Put in perspective, Chris Beard left Texas Tech. $4 million is what Texas paid to Texas Tech.
Wow.
$4 million. So this would be 3 times that if Texas decided they wanted Nate Oats. And I know everybody's like, Texas has tons of money. They can write those checks. They just don't do it.
Yeah.
They just don't historically do those things.
So it would be cool, like, you make the buyout. You have to build us a new arena if you come and take our coach.
The first 2 years, and Byrne says real quick, this is a quote from Greg Byrne through Mike Rodak at AL.com. The first 2 years would be one of the highest buyouts in men's college basketball in the country. So you're talking, if you want Greg Byrne, you're going to have to pay a bigger buyout than you would have to, or excuse me, or Greg Byrne probably. But if you want Nate Oats, you're going to have to pay a bigger buyout than almost any coach in America to get him. That's not to say nobody will do it, but that's the kind of money you're talking about to get Nate Oats.
Yeah, it starts to, I don't know how you guys feel about this. It starts to feel like Nate Oats is going to be here at least 4 or 5 years, at least.
Yeah, you can at least take it off your table, off your plate for the next 3 years. More on facilities from that meeting. Correct myself, I do say Buzz Peterson all the time. It is Buzz Williams at Texas A&M. My apologies, Paul. That is now 3 times in what feels like 3 days.
It's going to start to be a fine if you keep doing it.
Buzz was Michael Jordan's roommate. By the way, today is 2/3/23.
It's Michael Jordan Day.
2/3/23.
How about that?
How about that?
Maybe a 4 downs coming up on Michael Jordan.
Wow.
Then again, maybe not.
Wow. I'm sure somewhere in New York, Yankee fandom, they're celebrating whoever was number 2 in Babe Ruth. Is that Mantle and
Gehrig
Ruth?
was 3, I think, right?
What was Ruth? I thought Ruth was 3.
I thought he was 2. I think Babe Ruth was 2. I don't know.
Chances are good. There's a couple of good Yankees, 2 and 3.
Yeah, but Jeter was 2.
Yeah, the captain, El Capitan.
I did do the same thing, Ross, on Nick Calzada and Zach Calzada. Very
my
good.
gosh, that was...
Jeter was 2, so it's Jeter and Ruth, 2 and 3.
Did you ever have an old girlfriend where you called the wrong name?
Oh.
Only one?
I've learned you just ate Brittany's. Sorry, Maggie. That was back in the day. All right, so here we go.
All right, so
facilities.
This
is what is on everybody's mind.
Well, and there's been some confusion in the chat room, so I want to clear this up because the golf facility had to be approved. Now, keep in mind, on the same day that the basketball arena was announced, the golf facility was also announced. Obviously, got far fewer headlines. The original budget for that, $26.8 million. It is now, to show you how much building things has increased, $39.45 million. So they've had to add $13 million to the golf facility project. It was approved today. And there are people already over in the chat room saying, how can you approve the golf facility with a $13 million increase and not build a basketball facility? Most of the golf facility monies were donated by guys that are now on the PGA Tour.
Yeah, like Justin Thomas probably gave. I mean, because it's a write-off for him.
Yeah, no telling. So that was earmarked money that, that they had gone out and gotten in the Crimson Standard from former players.
Yeah, and specifically for the golf facility.
For the golf, earmarked for the golf facility.
It's not like you could take Justin Thomas's money and use it for a basketball facility or a baseball batting cage or something like that.
You're going to have to get that money from Brandon Miller in a few years. You can't get it from Justin Thomas right now. So keep in mind, that's why you might see that the golf facility got approved today, but there's nothing on the basketball arena.
By the way, you try to find a better golf facility in America.
Well, I mean, that one's pretty good right there.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty darn good
$39 million ought to go a long way. And you can build a course for that just about.
Yeah. All right. So that's, but no mention of a basketball facility in that meeting. Though,
I
right?
have not seen it yet. Mike Rodak is doing a really, really good job on all of this. So we'll see if it does come up. But I don't think it was on the docket today.
All right. So that's the conversation there. Nate Oats' buyout numbers and it being, I assume they voted and passed Nate Oats' contract.
Yes. The contract extension is passed. So Nate Oats is the top 10 paid coach and a big buyout.
Yeah, very good there. Alabama and Greg Byrne getting that taken care of with Nate Oats on the road at LSU. They'll travel down today. Auburn's on the road at Tennessee. Auburn is part of a huge lineup on ESPN on Blockbuster Saturday on ESPN in basketball with Florida and Kentucky, with North Carolina and Duke. With all those big matchups, there's only one ranked versus ranked game in that big Blockbuster Saturday on ESPN, and that is Auburn at Tennessee, 1 o'clock on ESPN.
I can't wait to see that game, and I think it'll be a really good barometer on how good this Auburn team can be. Best voice in college basketball, Tim Brando, right? I saw in the chat room this humble brag. Forster's got it for us. Have you guys seen this tweet?
Let's do it after the. Oh, okay. Let's do it now.
Let's do it now. Go ahead.
A very kind American Air pilot Charles Faith noticed that my first class seat was being taken away because it was broken. The nearly full flight to DFW had him flying in one of the other first class seats. He offered his seat to me and went back to coach. He went the extra mile.
You took his seat?
And how about the first class? Why do you even tweet this?
It's a heck of a humble brag.
So wait, now he's flying first class first.
Right. Tim Brando wants you to know he's flying first class.
So he flies a lot. So okay.
His seat's broken.
Yeah, seat is broken. So now an American airline pilot, who by the way they've been going through hell lately, noticed that his first class seat was being taken away because it was broken, and so he offered up his seat and he took it.
This is why I wouldn't fly in uniform, because I would act like I got nothing to do with America.
Yeah, I would have been sailed to sleep.
A flute of champagne, and then lights out.
I'm so bad with uniforms. I'd have been like, Charles, thank you for your service, man. I appreciate
You keep that first class seat.
You
God
keep
bless
that,
you.
soldier. You keep that. Fly boy, you go give those guys hell, man. Go do it. I'll go back there to coach. All right, we got another half of the show to go right here on the next round. Stay with us.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent. The NFL playoffs are here and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the next round all the way through the Super Bowl.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, big news from our friends at Wayne's. 2023 is their 50th year in business and is their way of saying thank you to loyal customers in the communities they serve. They're offering $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. This offer is good to existing customers as they add services or new customers. This offer good through February 28th. Hey, look, Wayne's keeps all of us here on the Next Round pest, termite, mosquito free. They also keep our lawns looking fantastic. Call Waynes.com or 866-WAYNES1.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
You know, I forget sometimes how bright these lights are. When
You don't look up at them.
I don't look up at them a lot, and I just did.
You just baited me.
You just did it?
Yeah.
So I'm trying to read what what people are saying in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room over there. 4 great locations.
You want me to read it?
But I've got nothing but bright lights.
You know, the engineer that put it in said if you stare at those lights for more than 60 seconds, you'll be blind.
Yep. Somebody want to try it?
I do not. Thank you.
Better. I like that. Can we do a show like this for a little bit?
Completely dark?
I told them in there, I truly believe this, and I think you might have said something to them this week too. My camera makes me look the worst I could possibly look. Like, I've got one of those mirrors at the house in my vanity where I couldn't look any better. It's like the mirror was custom made for me. This camera close-up makes me, this is by far the ugliest I've ever been in my life.
So you think our camera has gone bad? Your camera has gone bad?
I think Dunaway paid somebody to jack up my camera.
I went over and put some Vaseline on it. Leave the lights off. Give me a tight shot real quick. We don't need them. We don't need them. You keep those points, Rockstar. Who am I? That's right, the Brown Bandit.
That's a very bad version of the Brown Bandit. That was the worst image. You do a better Russian than you do the Brown Bandit.
That was the last time. That was the last time we had the lights off in here.
Do you think the camera does you well?
On here?
Yeah.
No, I designed the cameras to make us all look equal.
It's like
I think you did. I mean,
you bring
honestly,
up some of the stuff on the air. I don't understand why this is the forum we discuss this. But go ahead. My looks are horrible. The camera makes me look better, and you look worse.
I think people
appreciate
like
the honesty.
That we can go behind the camera. And I had this discussion with Forster and Lunsford. I was like, the less you can put my close up on, I would appreciate it. I was in with one of our investors in the green room, and he was like, "Damn, that looks nothing like you."
Yeah. I don't know what to do. I want to see this mirror that makes you look fantastic though at your house.
I'm not saying fantastic. I think the mirror can it makes me look. It's my best form. How about that?
Right. At some point,
I feel comfortable if I look like that mirror shot in our camera.
I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm looking at your shot right now. I think you look fine. You look normal to me.
I don't think I do.
This is the top of the hour being brought to you by our friends Dr. B as we get into its second half of the show in another hour. Here as you watch us on our platforms. Tell us about Dr. B, man.
Hey, Dr. B, we were just having a conversation in the lobby about our good friend Dr. Beckenstein. So excited about what he's done for me this past year. Again, if you get the older you get, things are going to start to fall out. They're going to fall apart. When the hair starts thinning, be preemptive. Dr. B, the best in the business. My hair is already 14% thicker. I'm about to get that tested again in the next couple of weeks. Hopefully, even more thick. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration right here in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast, takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. T3hair.net for more information. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
UAB beats Florida Atlantic last night, number 19 in the country, 86-77. Their first win at Bartow over an AP-ranked team since North Carolina in 2013. First win over an AP-ranked team anywhere since they beat Iowa State in the NCAA tournament in 2015. Jelly Walker on our show earlier. He had 13.6 assists. You can go back and see that on all of our platforms. Good win for UAB. Back at Bartow, 3 o'clock Saturday, FIU. Auburn at Tennessee. Alabama at LSU this weekend on a big Saturday coming up in games there in basketball. It is potential Alabama OC Tommy Rees in town yesterday. Some interesting discussion you guys were having off the air about that. Can we bring that on the air too, or know about who all was and was not in town with Tommy Rees?
No, I saw reports that there's I think the coaches, a lot of staffs do this right after the signing day. That's one time where they can take some time away.
You guys get 48 hours leave.
Yeah, and I don't think most Alabama coaches.
Sailors running for the bars.
I don't think most Alabama coaches, including Nick Saban, were even in town, which the reports are that Tommy Rees met with Alabama officials. Greg Byrne, and I don't know where this trustees meeting is. Obviously, he's at the trustees meeting, talking about Nate Oates' contract extension that has been approved. And I know Tommy Rees, the reports are his fiance was with him. I don't know if it was just for her to say, hey, look, it's cold and rainy here, but it's not snowing. They got good barbecue and better football than we've been coaching, so we're moving here.
I bet a lot of it was that. I bet it was facilities, what the town is like, the accessibility that you brought up a great point, the commutes. Now, South Bend wouldn't be a bad commute.
Where we could live, some houses on the market.
And again, Tommy Rees already worked for a guy that is very Nick Saban-like.
Yeah, Brian Kelly wasn't easy to work for,
and if you're 30 years old like Tommy Rees is and your fiancé is there, she probably said, I've done a little research. I'm going to need to see this Innisfree place before we both move down there. I need to know where maybe you'll be getting a drink late at night.
If he took her to the Free,
where am I going to be meeting you after work?
If he took her to the Free, she signed right away.
No, I think that would be a mistake because you look at girls in South Bend to what you get in Tuscaloosa. She's probably like, hell no.
Yeah, we're going to get married and then move to Tuscaloosa.
Yeah.
And I'll be waiting on you with a rumble shot with whoever owns that Innisfree.
Yeah, that's one of those things that the coaching staff or whoever is entertaining him needs to make sure that, hey, we ain't going to Innisfree.
Yeah, so Tommy Reese was in town. Brown in the last segment ran through all the Nate Oats numbers, but a big contract for Nate Oats approved today by the Board of Trustees averages out to about $5 million annually for 6 years, and the buyout is back up to $12 million and decreases every year through the length of that Nate Oats contract. One other contract in college sports, Mac Brown gets another 1-year extension added on to his at North Carolina. It now carries him through the 2028 college football season. Mac Brown is doing better than what North Carolina had been doing before Mac got back there. Last year seemed like a little disappointment from where they started in the preseason, but with their quarterback back, Drake May, there's an upside to North Carolina this year. They could be the sleeper in the ACC.
Yeah, and again, this is a team, and I'll go back and I'll tell you right now, when it was where in the season, they got up as high as I think number 8. And if they would have won out, they would have been in a college football playoff. And I think, that re-energizes a guy like Mac Brown. When he first got this job, when he came back to Chapel Hill, we all said it was a lazy hire. He surprised in year 1. He's done a really good job recruiting. Yeah, they lost 4 consecutive games in the season.
Yep.
So, they were sitting at 9-1. They were in the top 10, and then they lost 4 straight. So, but with Drake May coming back, you're right. I mean, this will be a top 25 team.
A sneaky, really good game week 1 in Charlotte against South Carolina. I mean, that's actually, when you look at the week 1 schedule, it's one of the better games week 1.
It is one of the better games, absolutely. Could be 2 top 25 teams.
Yeah, South Carolina might sneak in the top 25. Yeah, you could have 2 ranked teams. I mean, how often are you going to get South Carolina and North Carolina playing and it's a top 25 game? Not very often. And then Appalachian State, Minnesota, I'll give them credit. That's a pretty good out-of-conference schedule by today's standards, because that Appy State game last year was a phenomenal football game.
Pete Thamel and Brett McMurphy reporting that the Oklahoma-Texas move to the SEC may indeed have to wait until 2025, that negotiations had stalled. We showed you the Brett McMurphy tweet earlier in the show, and we discussed that with Andy Staples, who says he would not close the door on it happening yet 2024, that there is still some paths to that happening. There's still time for it happening. And that he was surprised it had gotten so contentious, right, between the sides, ESPN, Fox, Big 12, SEC, Texas, Oklahoma, and the Big 12. He still thinks there's time for that to work out. And you see our whole interview with Andy Staples from earlier in the show on our platforms as well, both video and audio-wise, and we appreciate that so much. Got a couple of things here that, since we're all riled up, ready to go for the weekend, got a couple of things that I know will make these guys – it'll make their blood boil.
Oh,
so
no.
We'll finish a story we started earlier this week first. It's in basketball. Give me cut number 5, if you will. Earlier this week, Jim Boeheim, we played that bite, right, where they got the question from the student reporter.
Where's Benny?
About Benny, who had started 20 games this year, and he wasn't in the building in the Syracuse game. They lost the game, and Boeheim sort of blew off the Syracuse student reporter, one of the best journalism schools in America. Some call it the best. So he really was mean to him, blew him off. Was called out by a lot of people, including a lot of Syracuse grad who work in the business now with the blue check marks, saying how he was bullying the student reporter. And it was a bad look for the 78-year-old. And then people went into depth and saying, he's been doing this his whole career after losses. But nobody used to call him out because the program was so good. Now it's faded a little bit. So, Boeheim's on Syracuse ESPN Radio 97.7 and 100.1. And Boeheim says, I wasn't bullying the guy. Here's Jim Boeheim.
And so when I got the question, I didn't even really understand it because, I wasn't going to expand on it. But then I realized as he continued that they didn't know that news. So I answered the question. it wasn't a hard question. It was actually a very simple question, and I certainly didn't bully anybody. The reporter made a little face, and I commented on it, but I certainly didn't bully anybody. If that's a fabrication. To call that bullying. That didn't happen. But I'm always more or less testy. When we lose, we don't lose 4 in a row anyway too often. But so it bothered me, and then I moved on and answered all the questions. I've been doing press conferences, Steve, for 47 years. I answered 98% of the questions asked.
98% of the questions. First of all, don't go to that number. Why are you not answering 100% of the questions? I mean, it's 98%. But it was bullying. He was bullying the kid.
Yeah, I disagree. No, it's not bullying. Come on.
It was bullying.
No, I mean, he's being an ass. I don't think he's bullying the guy.
Day to day. I mean, I know I ride the emotional roller coaster, and I admit that. I have some, wiring problems. But you ranted on Jim Boeheim the other day.
He's a complete ass, but that doesn't mean he's bullying the kid.
No, but and that's the thing that really jumps out to me now. If this is one of the members of Syracuse, their normal media, this is a student.
Yeah, but listen, this student better, if he's going to have that job, he better be able to put up a crap like that. I mean, he's doing him a little bit of a favor. If that kid can't handle that, he needs to go get into accounting and do people's taxes for a living, because he's going to deal with crap like this his whole life.
The kid didn't say he was being bullied. The people who have graduated from Syracuse who are making a living in this business is the one that was calling it bullying.
That's because it's
you were over the top for like a 5-minute rant the other day.
It wasn't a 5-minute rant. B, I would argue it wasn't over the top. I think it was just honest. But it doesn't mean it's bullying. I mean, Jim Boeheim is a miserable human being. He looks like looks like he's never seen the sun. He doesn't have a good day, Dunaway.
How can you not call it bullying?
Welcome back from the work.
Can you pull it back if you get a chance?
Did you have a good day? No, I didn't have a good day. I mean, I'm Jim Boeheim. You ever think I have a good day, Julie? Why do you ask me if I have a good day? I'm a miserable human being. He's a miserable human being.
No, he's a dickhead.
Okay. Lance has another word for him, but he's a miserable human being. But that doesn't mean he's bullying the guy.
He was bullying the kid.
I think
you forgot what he said and how he handled the entire thing.
He handled the entire thing unprofessionally and
and how he doesn't take, as a 78-year-old, how he doesn't take accountability to say, look, I messed up in the heat of the moment. I hate losing. I disrespected the kid, bullying, whatever you want to call it. I apologize. I shouldn't have acted like that. It's simple. That's all he should have done.
Yeah, and see, that's why. I mean, he even took a shot at the question as well. He called it. I mean, it wasn't a hard question. It was actually a pretty simple question.
I bet he's a mean drunk.
Yeah.
I bet he is.
I bet he doesn't drink. I bet he's mean on milk.
But I mean, if this kid wants to come cover Alabama football one day, Nick Saban's going to quote unquote bully you if this is bullying.
Again, when you keep saying kid, I have to come back and say that the kid has said nothing about this. He's not the one saying he's being bullied.
I'm not saying he is, but I'm saying everybody's trying to take up for this kid, student at Syracuse, who has apparently said nothing. But this happens all the time in the business, man. You're going to have to get used to this.
I don't remember.
I don't understand why you had your emotional outburst about Jim Boeheim saying it the other day if it happens all the time.
It does, because it happens all the time because these people think they're bigger than everybody else, and they think they can't be questioned about anything. It doesn't mean they're bullying.
He's always been crusty.
Almost the definition of bullying.
Yeah, but
it's not.
But let's just listen to it again. If I'm a 19 or 20-year-old, I go back to my days of studying broadcast. I mean, this would have really intimidated me as a 19 or 20-year-old. I don't know about you guys.
Coach, what's the status on Benny Williams?
Is that your question? That's the most important question you have?
He was not on the court today.
Is that your most important question here?
I'm just curious. He wasn't on the court.
I will answer it.
All right.
Your attitude isn't really good either. Benny took a personal day. He will be back at practice on Wednesday. That's it? We have that question. That's all we have. That's typical in Syracuse. It is. It is.
I mean, come on, guys. Stop bullying. It's being a turd.
Seek to harm, intimidate, or coerce is bullying.
You don't think he's trying to intimidate him?
I think our society's way too sensitive.
Well, if that's bullying, we have gotten really, really soft.
No, look, I think that was bullying, though.
Okay, well.
I mean,
if you don't go on friendly ESPN radio in Syracuse to try to say it's not bullying if it's not bullying.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, and again, the kid hasn't said a word, but if he feels like he's bullied, my advice to him going into this business is You're going to need to nut up because you're going to get worse than that. I mean, that is mild compared to some of the stuff you're going to get if you want to ask tough questions. You don't always have to ask tough questions.
But that's the problem. It wasn't a tough question.
I know.
I agree with you.
That's what I'm saying. You're going to ask tough questions, and you're going to get a lot worse than that right there. Trust me. I mean, I've seen it from Nick Saban.
Awful reaction from Boeheim.
The better question would have been, at age 78, you're on a 4-game losing streak. Is this your last season as head coach at Syracuse? Some fans want to know. Now that, if you blow up at that, hey, I understand that.
I think that's
you bait him for good content at that point.
Something passive aggressive Jim would have asked as a follow up to get away from it. And I would have really respected if somebody would have taken the attention away from the kid and asked something legitimate like that.
Now, Jim, why are you in such a pissy mood? What if that been the next
Jim, you've lost 4 in a row today.
Do you feel like you're earning your paycheck right now?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, I've got one more thing. That will make LT's blood boil. But God, I can't do it now. We went so far on the Jim.
Bring it back after trash.
Okay.
Wait till I get a beer. Can you do that?
Yeah, it's 12 o'clock hour.
We'll do it at 12 o'clock. We'll have a beer in our hand, and I will make this one. I thought I would get Brown back to where he was the other day on Jim Boeheim.
Brown's too schizophrenic. I can't read him. I know he doesn't care typically.
I really don't. I don't care about Jim Boeheim.
Yeah, but you did the other day. You did the other day a lot.
I did, but I'm saying the same thing. I'm just not saying he's bullying. Those can be.
Like you were loud, your arms were moving.
Well, I just did it again.
You wanted the cameras on you.
He's miserable.
So I didn't even say anything the segment of the day. I was like, well, Brown is saying it all. So I just said here. Today I thought I'd get a little bit more of the emotion out of Brown.
Here's why
and now he's playing Boeheim's side of the there you go. Typical Brown. He blasted Boeheim. Now he's playing Boeheim, defending Boeheim.
I'm not defending him at all.
Right down the middle. I mean, he's so political.
I'm not defending him at all.
This is the difference. Boeheim, if that was Bobby Knight saying the exact same thing, everyone would say it's bullying because he's a big, intimidating guy. Boeheim's kind of guy, if he fell off a curb, could disintegrate. I mean, he seems so frail.
Okay.
No, but I'm saying, would you give me if that was Bobby Knight? You would think it's more bullying.
He does have more of a history of bullying people. Bobby Knight does. I don't know that I've ever seen anything out of Jim Boeheim I would call bully. I mean, you guys call it. What was the definition?
Again, it's hard to call somebody like Boeheim a bully because, again, he's a dick. It's hard to call him a bully because of the physical appearance.
What's the definition again? Give me the definition. Do you have the definition?
No, I've got to memorize.
Well, Taylor texted it to us.
Yeah, it's something intimidating.
Abuse and mistreatment of someone vulnerable by someone stronger, more powerful is the definition.
That's textbook.
Guys, how did he abuse him or mistreat him?
It
has verbal abuse.
From Webster. Taylor's too young to use Webster.
But from dictionary.com.
From Webster, it has intimidate in there as well. I don't want a Purple Heart before I say this, but I think I've done a great job in this segment without any eyesight. I have ruined my eyes.
My eyes!
I told you. Yeah, you got me too. I mean, I've still got some of the little bubbles.
On all my fringes now, I've got just streaks going through, like we're at a concert in Vegas. Yeah. Like I am concerned about my eyesight. Do we have a sponsor that can go? Oh, Michelson Laser Vision could.
969-8100.
We've already done that. I need some of that right there.
What do we need? We need a.
So that helps a lot. Thank you, Portia.
Why were you looking at the lights? We've been in this studio forever. You should know better.
Our friends at Champy's Chicken, champyschicken.com is what I need right now. It's a great plate of fried chicken or Mississippi Delta tamales. Sterling, help me out, man. Can't see right now. Champyschicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. If somebody would drive me to Champy's right now, I'd eat a lot of great food. Po' boys, the hand-cut chicken fingers, and so much more. Perfect to watch basketball tomorrow. Auburn in a big game at Tennessee, whatever you're watching on TV this weekend. Super Bowl coming up. Champy's Chicken, champyschicken.com. We're back with trash on the other side, including balls that either exploded or ballooned up. It's not a Manscaped commercial. It's just trash. It's up next.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Since we're being totally honest on the show today about how LT looks, you know, one of my big regrets in life is that I have never looked good with my hat turned around backwards. I don't know how many men do.
That's a huge regret.
But I never, ever look good with my hat. Like, I've never looked good in this. And I've always wanted to be that cool guy. You got one buddy who's really good with his hat turned around backwards. Tall guy comes.
Kyle. Yeah,
Kyle's
Kyle
always,
does. Yeah,
well,
Kyle's
hat
natural.
around backwards.
Well,
Always pulls it
got
off.
his hat backwards.
Yeah, that's the only way he wears it.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. You can't pull that off.
Yeah, no, it never has looked good on me. It never has looked good. Hat turned around backwards.
But you're right. Kyle kind of pulls it off. I would agree with it. I would agree with you on that.
And maybe the first 16 times I met Kyle, his hat was turned around backwards. So it became his look. Ken Griffey Jr.'s hat always looked good backwards.
Turn that around backwards.
It does not look good. First of all, the ball does not help.
Yeah, you don't have any hair coming out of there. Yeah. I don't think it looks as bad as you think it does. I mean, you and Lance y'all are in your feels today, worried about how you look on camera and with your hat turned around backwards.
No, I've been meaning to say something because somebody reached out to me a couple of months ago and they were like,
Are you jaundiced?
Yeah. Do you remember me telling you that?
I think I do, yes.
Yeah, they were like, we're really concerned that you're sick. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And they sent me a screenshot and they're like, look how yellow you look.
I hate to tell you this, but I mean, Forrester can back me up on this. Forrester backed me up. With bright lights on that green jacket, we're going to get some tone problems on your face. I mean, my goodness. I mean, we're not Technicolor in Hollywood. We can only do so much.
Yeah, Matt over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. I'm sorry. I agree, Matt. I'm not a supermodel. LT needs to know needs to realize he only looks good in his house bathroom mirror.
Wow.
I'm just saying I look what I believe to be my best in my mirror.
Scott, are you going out of your way to make Lance look bad on camera?
No, his jacket is 100%.
So Dunaway wasn't just making that up?
Balance, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, it does throw off a color. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, and these cameras white balance automatically. So
with or without this jacket, I look terrible on this camera. I'm just saying.
I'm just put me down in the chat room as being very thankful for every camera we have up here. I worked for 13 years in a place that we wanted a camera since 2011 and didn't get one. So we're thankful for every one of these
Now
cameras.
we got more than we could say grace over. We got one we're not even using.
I'm thankful for these microphones. I'm thankful for this not wood desk.
What about chairs with arms on it? You like
chairs
those?
with arms on it, chairs with backs on it. I'm thankful for the keg. I'm thankful for Tyler.
Complete carpet?
Complete carpet.
Doesn't smell like horse piss.
Thankful for Tyler because we were told we couldn't have interns anymore. Thankful for Scott, who used to be in local TV. Thankful to have him here. Thankful for Lunsford because he was given to us and then taken away and then given to us and then taken away and then given to us and taken away so many times. Thankful for Reed because there was a point I couldn't talk to Reed anymore. Thankful for Kelsey. Thankful for Taylor Corn. I mean, God, Taylor is one of the hottest recruits in the country.
Let's just hope nobody
Signing day's over.
Let's hope nobody sends her a DM and tries to hire her.
Let's do Cowan Equipment poll question. I think it's Drake said a great point. Make it a Cowan Equipment poll question. Was Jim Boeheim bullying that student reporter?
Oh my gosh.
And Drake says, make sure you tag Jim Boeheim, Taylor, so he can bully us too.
I think bully now. Brooks in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Lance looks like an anemic crackhead.
I think they're playing up now.
That question.
Keep them coming, man. Hey, and by the way, I'm the only person that likes this jacket in the world, but I like it.
That's all that matters,
and
man.
That's all that
That's
matters.
right. You wear it.
My
You wear it,
style
Lance.
is my style, and
You wear it.
I appreciate the fact that most people I know don't like my style.
If you would like a new equipment seat cover to match LT's coat, you can get that sure at Cowan Equipment as well.
If you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet for sale. Now visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
At the real Boeheim, Taylor. At the real Boeheim. Just
to tag him in
Coach
that,
Boeheim.
so he can bully us back.
He can
Please
vote.
do.
Love the cap Dunaway is wearing. Wish it came in the size for large heads. Obviously, Evan, it does.
I mean, it's adjustable. What do you want? Dunaway's wearing it.
It might be my favorite hat.
That one?
You like the white one the best or your black one?
I
Because
like
you
the
wear
white one.
you wear the black one, and I'm not in your fancy mirror at your house when I see it, and I like your black one.
I never have the hat on in the mirror, by the way.
Look, it can go to this big.
I mean, Dunaway, that doesn't even.
Look, I mean, it's.
Yeah.
There's that much head left.
Yeah.
I mean, I dare say this would fit our buddy Kirk Sampson's head.
Yeah.
Wow.
And Jimmy Anthony's.
Kneecapping Kurt and Jimmy.
Let's don't go that far on Jimmy's. What was I going to say?
But yeah, so I wear the black one more probably because it's more winter.
Right.
But that is, I mean, that's just, to me, that's the hat I get the most comments on.
Yeah, hats off to you, I believe, who came up with these three hats, the white one, the black one, and the mint one, right?
Nope.
That was not your
That was
idea?
not me.
Freaking Lunsford probably did it. He's so good. Hate to compliment him. Yeah. All right, before we do trash, we're talking about, and Brown's been the guy talking about balls all week long, but we're talking about balls and trash, right? We got that story?
Yeah, no, I've got literally the nuts and bolts of it. You'll have to get a little deeper on it, okay?
Okay, nuts and bolts of it and sound to go with it. It's all in trash right now. Brought to you by Mortgage Right. Hit the big button.
I'm here with the winner, Derek Lewis. Derek, why'd you take your pants off? My balls was hot. I understand.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, are you a veteran looking for a VA loan? Mortgage Right has been advocating for veterans since their company began. As a veteran-owned / operated company committed to your well-being, they can help you find the best terms available and guide you through every single step of the process. For active military or veterans, VA loans can be a great way to help purchase a home. Let Mortgage Right take care of everything from the pre-qualifying process through closing. Their mortgage experts will work with you to find the best rate and loan program available. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham or Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Let's go on and start first with the balls.
All right. So let's start with the balls, boys.
Clemson basketball player Brevin Galloway is now profiting off a recent below-the-belt injury. Now, earlier this month, Galloway suffered what is called a testicular torsion following a workout. Now, the 6-year guard offered a graphic description of just what it felt like, which I don't have. Well, I guess he said it felt like his balls were exploding.
He said they felt like they were exploding, yes.
Felt like they were exploding. And he's got soundbite here. I don't know if this is his mom, his dad, his aunt, his uncle, his friend, or teammate, whoever's shooting the video. But this is post-surgery. Starter for Clemson, Brevin Galloway, basketball player, is obviously going to miss a couple of games because his balls were big.
Yeah, but by the way, it ends good for him.
Yeah, he explains the whole situation here, and thankfully he explains it all while just coming out of anesthesia.
So this morning I went to lift. I came back. I took a nap. I woke up from my nap. My balls and my nutsack were exploded.
That's unfortunate.
Now, I go to the doctor. I have surgery 3 hours later. My balls are reduced to the normal size. I don't know what happened to my balls. I guess they were trying to be like basketballs. But we made it.
I mean, anesthesia is something else, isn't it?
Now I'm going to be spoiled for the next 48 hours. And I will be back in a uniform shortly. Go Tigers.
I mean, anesthesia is undefeated, man. I mean, how out of it is he when he's doing that?
Wow.
Go Tigers. With a little baby voice.
He might be back
end.
in uniform, but he ain't going to be he ain't gonna be back in the rack anytime soon.
Yeah, he's got a couple of games off probably to get those back back healed up, and then he gets a NIL deal with Shinesty. Here's the Shinesty NIL deal. They're known for their underwear with the ball sack, specially designed where your balls set right in a little sack there.
Look what Jody says.
What?
My man's getting after it. The torts and testicles occur sometimes during vigorous sex.
Oh no. That would be unfortunate.
Well, his doctor told him it also comes with wearing loose boxers while running or working out, not properly secured nutsack. That's why he has the new deal with Shinesty, the underwear there. So he turned it into a plus.
Yeah. Look, it happened not to that degree, but I had a situation. Which nut of mine do you own?
I got your left nut.
Okay, it was the right one. Back in the day,
I don't want to damage
I did a
one.
lot of jump roping, but I did it in boxers like a dumbass.
Yeah, you don't do that.
So I'm a boxer brief guy now.
Yeah.
That's how the Liberty Bell got cracked, you know.
Yeah, I do know that.
I had a friend once that was trying to jump a chain link fence, and I'll let you finish the story.
Oh no!
Emergency room trip. Yeah.
Well, at my age, I have to wear the ball pocket underwear. If not, it just looks like I'm dragging a tail.
Jim's got the pockets in his socks.
You're like one of those trucks.
Yeah.
The metal balls are just hanging.
It's like
so Jim knows when he's backed up against the curb.
It's like footprint, and a drag on the beach down through there. It's like somebody's dragging the cooler.
How about this? Hospice care facility has been fined $10,000. This doesn't seem like they were fined enough after healthcare workers mistakenly declared a woman in their care dead.
I mean, generally that's not a coin toss, is it?
The woman, according to a report from the Iowa Department of Inspections and Appeals, was discovered alive more than 2 hours later inside of a body bag at a funeral home. Now, a 66-year-old woman was admitted to hospice on December 28th due to senile degeneration of the brain. The report filed on Wednesday, February 1st states, as the patient's condition worsened, a staff member noted signs she had died early morning hours of January 3rd. The worker went on to say the resident's eyes were open. She felt her neck artery, listened to her chest, did not feel a pulse. The resident was not breathing at the time. That's when they were notified that she had passed away. 6 a.m., a nurse assessed the woman's condition for 5 minutes, also believed she had died. Director of a funeral home arrived at 7:38, put the woman inside of a cloth bag, zipped it shut. When the funeral home workers unzipped the body bag at 8:26 a.m., they found the woman's chest moving and her gasping for air.
Man, this old broad ain't going to go easy, is she?
I've heard about this way too much.
That you're being toe tagged too quick?
Yeah.
Well, I think what sometimes happens is your breathing and everything is all the way down. But let's hook me up to a monitor. We have some technology
right?
here.
Yeah.
Let's double check this before we waste a bag on her.
I mean, to Lance's point, though, we had 2 nurses and a funeral director who I think are pretty good at detecting life and death, right? 2 nurses and funeral director.
I'm going to assume she wasn't a organ donor because they would have gone on and popped those things out.
Think about that now. Yeah, if she's an organ donor, she is dead.
Great quote over here from Shinesty, the underwear people. Why are there only 3 tracks? That's where I carried you.
Do you remember the John Calipari tweet when he said, I was walking on the beach today and I saw some footprints in the sand and it reminded me of the poem Footprints in the Sand? Like, oh, really, John? That is one of the best comments ever in the Welcome to our Auto Chat Room, by the way. Congrats to Kevin. Great job, Kevin. That's what we're looking for on this show.
So a 6-year-old Michigan boy went on a wild $1,000 spending spree using his father's Grubhub account, ordering large amounts of food from numerous area restaurants. Food piled up quickly for Keith Stonehouse outside of Metro Detroit on Saturday night while he was home alone with his son Mason. Stonehouse says he let Mason use his cell phone to play a game for about a half hour before bed. Never thought he would instead click on Grubhub app and start ordering large amounts of food. He said, we're talking 5 large orders, jumbo shrimp, salads, chicken pita sandwiches, chili cheese fries.
My gosh.
Ice cream, grape leaves, rice.
I'll take it all.
Look, the kid's got monopoly money. He was spending it, man. Spending like an SEC athletic director.
Now, Chase Bank actually sent a Stonehouse fraud alert declining a $439 order from Happy's Pizza. However, the $183 order of jumbo shrimp from the same restaurant did go through just fine.
That sucks for Happy's Pizza, though. They probably already made the pizza.
Oh, he said that he's called one restaurant, told him was trying to find out how to get a hold of Grubhub, could not figure that out. With it all said and done, Stonehouse said most of the food went into the family's refrigerator.
Hey, Tyler, haven't you driven for Uber Eats?
Yep.
What's the biggest order you've ever delivered, do you think, dollar-wise?
It was 4th of July weekend. I went to Dreamland and picked up a big catering plate. It was a whole tray of ribs. I think it was 2 racks of ribs and then a bucket of coleslaw, potato set. Yeah, these were huge.
How much was it?
I don't know how much they paid, but I got paid $50 to deliver it.
Oh, wow.
You got paid $50 to deliver it?
Good hit for you.
What's there's so many food apps out there like Grubhub. What is the worst thing that anybody's ever said to you? Because it's typically not the driver's fault. It's the restaurant getting backed up. But have you had some nasty encounters?
Only one that I can really think of. Somebody called me while I was on the way to pick up the food and called me lazy and said I was playing around and not going to pick up the order, and it was an order I had just gotten.
Oh, that sucks, man. People are jerks.
Yeah. I had gotten the order 2 minutes before the call and was headed towards the restaurant, so I guess they had multiple drivers cancel it.
See, I got to have food in hand before I'm ever going to say anything.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, my son did it briefly, and in our neck of the woods as well, and he said he did about 2, and then every time he'd get yelled at, that's when he would shut it down for the day. He'd get 2, and then the third, 2 out of every 3, he says, one person would end up yelling at you.
I won't go into this story. I'll just give you the cliff notes. But basically, we got another gender reveal party in New York City, and they used a dyed pigeon.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my gosh. Well, it's a girl.
It looks like the dyes killed it.
Yeah. Poor bird.
Oh, I mean, my gosh. So I guess they're facing charges. So.
I didn't read that. I didn't read all the story, Tyler. Are they facing charges? PETA pissed off?
Oh, I know PETA's pissed off.
But it's sad for that pigeon. He's going to go back with all of his friends, and they're going to be making fun of him.
Hey, look at Larry.
Oh, Larry, another concert last night, huh?
Larry, I feel you, man. I got my jacket on today. And finally, we started with junk. We'll end with junk. Multiple sources have confirmed that male human genitals were found at a gas station Monday morning. Law enforcement officials were called to the gas station at the corner of Navco Road and McVeigh Drive where the genitals were found, according to multiple sources.
That's literally paying at the pump, LT.
It's quite expensive right now, Jeff.
Said it was found in the station's parking lot after 6 a.m. The Mobile Police Department has not responded.
Oh, this is in Alabama?
For more information, security video viewed by a reporter shows a black truck pulling into the station at around 6:15 a.m. to get gas. Video reportedly shows the truck pulling away and the genitals falling onto the parking lot service.
I mean, but seriously, it's not one of those things that hangs from the back bumper that tells you when you hit the curb.
According to an employee named JR, he told local authorities, quote, "It was a whole dick."
In quote.
It's quite a quote right there for the news, yes.
No,
that's the news.
Thank you for joining us.
One more look at the forecast, Stephanie.
Oh, by the way, I sent Forrester. Did you get my video from the Australian news thing? I sent it to you on
January 7th.
No, I sent it this morning. It's hilarious. I sent it to you on Instagram. I don't know if we can use it or not, but it is a great one of these back and forth on the news. Chick says the wrong thing. It's pretty funny.
I think I saw that. Yeah, it is funny.
Is that the Rams and the Niners?
Yeah, I saw it on TikTok. It's pretty funny.
Can we use that?
I don't know. I guess. Okay. I really don't know. Sometimes Lunsford is the one that makes those calls.
Let me cut to the chase. Is it Rams and 69ers? Does she mispronounce 49ers?
Yeah, apparently you didn't like the story.
No, I didn't see it. I was just trying to piece together the words.
Hey, so, I mean, there's a lot we don't know about this. I mean, like,
well, they're not investigating as a homicide or foul play. How does somebody's dick end up?
I mean, it's got to be foul play.
Gotta be.
The Mobile Police Department stated that it is not being investigated as an assault or murder. So,
well, it may not be murder, but it's clearly assault.
Can you imagine if you're put on this case?
Now that's bullying.
I would agree with you on this one, Jimmy. Yeah.
That would be a sucky case to be put on.
I can't tell you, though.
Sucky case to be on.
When you started the story and I looked to the preview monitor and Tyler's pulling up a photo, I was like, whoa, what photo? Oh, okay, it's just the gas station.
It seems like this would be, I would assume if you get it chopped off, the first place you're heading is the ER.
I would imagine, yes, Lance.
Yeah. So I
don't think you make it. I think you bleed out too fast.
Well, then it's murder.
Yep.
Yeah, but the problem is you only found one part.
Yeah, I mean, I just got to say, I think we have jumped. If we're Mobile Police, I've never been a cop, so I don't want to tell them how to do their policing. They don't tell us how to do a sports show. But I don't think we could just jump to the conclusion it wasn't murder or assault, can we? I mean, there are human parts laying in a parking lot. I'm going to assume there's been some foul play. That's
No,
be
a black SUV rolls out early in the morning and drops somebody's junk out of the window.
Yes, I mean, I think we're sending a message to this crappy gas station.
It's not like he threw a banana peel out.
Yeah, but it is a great reminder, though, if you're not using our Manscaped products, those things can happen to you. You can end up leaving your whole junk right there in the parking lot.
The junk is like an apple core. It is biodegradable, right?
Manscaped.com, code TNR. Yeah. They would have saved this guy 20% and paid the shipping with code TNR.
Yeah. By the way, there was one of those little vulture birds that was really surprised when he swooped down to start eating that roadkill.
That's not a hot dog at all.
Oh, wow. That's a different looking snake.
We're on the lunching hour.
Yeah, well, we are. Well, you called it homicide.
No, they didn't. They're not investigating for that. Hey, did the new year add to your financial uncertainty? Let the experts at Mortgage Right help you get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything 2023 may bring, including freeing up cash for the things you need to get done. With locations in Birmingham and Leeds, Mortgage Right offers a variety of loan products, fast and free pre-approvals, and reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of all available home buying and refinance options. With Mortgage Right, no middleman, and you can trust your files will never leave their office. 2 locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply online, mortgageright.com/TNR.
Bobby says, read the damn chat, fellas. Will you read the damn chat for us?
I will. So, Bobby, to our defense, the preview screen covered up the chat. Well, take that attitude elsewhere, Mr. Boeheim. But Bobby also did tell us that a buddy of his worked the case in the hospital. Guy on a bike got crunched between 2 trucks and it got ripped off.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, I gotta have more.
This one or a different case?
That one, the same case.
Wait, he was on a bicycle.
On the guy that lost it, yes. Guy on a bike got crunched between 2 trucks and it got ripped off.
So
that's what he says.
Like 2 trucks are coming.
Lance, I don't have all the details. I'm
How
just
does
telling
it
you.
catch his junk and nothing else?
Chad says motorcycle accident. Brian, wife said it's remains from a motorcycle accident. Chad, the deceased was riding a motorcycle, lost control, fell off. A spokesperson with the department reportedly said, unfortunately, multiple vehicles struck him.
Damn, it knocked his junk off.
Yeah,
that is my least favorite comic book growing up, Ghost Rider, that guy on the motorcycle.
Oh, me too. I didn't like
Never
that
liked
at all.
that.
Yeah.
Man. Well, that's a bad way to go.
So was the black SUV involved in it, and it finally
Jim,
just now came off?
All my details are coming from the chat room.
Have you ever heard of those stories where, like, somebody runs over a snake and it gets caught up in the undercarriage?
Oh, yeah, that could have been it, yeah.
I mean,
if so.
Brian says 11:30 to 11:45 today, February 3rd, will forever be the best example of why this show is much better online with no filter.
Sometimes we forget we're actually on.
But I will tell you, you need to put something in that obituary or on his tombstone if, in fact, he got caught up in the undercarriage. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah. Or the spokes. Remember when you used to get shoestring caught in the spokes?
Yeah, wreck the bike.
Yeah, rip that shoe off. All right, we are back in a second with a lot more.
There's videos.
No. A hard pass on the video. Yeah, hard pass.
There is video, or is he asking?
I don't know what
video?
Jeff's saying. Yeah, but hard pass on the video.
Zach's saying there is video.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Zach, for that. I am going to live the rest of my life wondering what it looked like.
Not necessarily faces of death in this situation,
No,
right?
not at all. No.
Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Go swing by and get lunch. Forget this whole story. Go eat lunch with our friend Sterling at champyschicken.com. Highway 119 in Alabaster, where everything is intact there, including a great menu, champyschicken.com. We're back in a moment.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, big news from our friends at Wayne's. 2023 is their 50th year in business and is their way of saying thank you to loyal customers in the communities they serve. They're offering $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. This offer is good to existing customers as they add services or new customers. This offer good through February 28th. Hey, look, Wayne's keeps all of us here on the next round pest, termite, mosquito free. They also keep our lawns looking fantastic. Call Waynes.com or 866-WAYNES1.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. At the New Balance Birmingham store, we go beyond taking your measurements. For us, comfort fit means a lot more than just checking for enough room in the toe box. You see, a simple fit may look and feel okay inside the store, but high-quality custom fit shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store will continue to look and feel great while performing the task you need them to do. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store and experience the difference a custom fit makes for you.
Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent. Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store. Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. The Athletics' Aaron Suttles is part of our Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Back with you on the Next Round as we roll on, part of the show being brought to you by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a place like Montevallo to go to school, you can do that right now. Whether you want to go for graduate school, four-year school, whatever, University of Montevallo is the place, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu to get the details. Small class size is going to help you academically, or your son or daughter academically. A wonderful campus life, sorority, fraternities, beautiful campus, Southern Living raves about it. 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports, and a lot more. As we approach the top of the hour, remember, Montevallo, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Still a lot to get to today. Do you have the Rivals Portal ranking I sent you? A lot of people talking about, Alabama, Georgia, 1-2 in the traditional high school rankings. LSU, I think, is going to show up on both of these. But for you Auburn fans, take a look at the Rivals ranking right here. The transfer portal winners this year: Colorado, Arizona State, because of, well, I guess Rashada didn't even count, Ole Miss, SMU, LSU 5, USC, Florida State. There's Auburn at 8, Oklahoma 9, and UCLA 10. What do you think of that list, LT?
I will tell you this. I'll go stake one of those 10 teams makes college football playoff. I mean, you go on and rule out the top 4.
So you're going to go stake that one of those teams make the college football playoff.
Yeah, I'm looking at 5, 6, or 7.
I will take that stake.
Okay. I think the transfer portal is that important. I mean, you look at
just got my eyes back.
You look at what Mel Tucker was able to do in East Lansing his first year and parlay that into a ridiculous contract. That was portal.
That was portal. It was. You'll need to save that Rivals ranking for us or somewhere where we can bring this back up stake-wise.
USC, it was portal again this year, and how close they were.
Yeah, I mean, USC scares me, obviously, with Caleb Williams returning. Florida State scares me with Jordan Travis returning. LSU scares me. I mean, you're right. Those 3 are legit. I don't think you have a shot in hell 1 through 4.
No. At 9 could be interesting. I mean, if Venables completely flips that roster with this transfer portal, I mean, Oklahoma, they've got a path in the Big 12. I mean, if TCU could do it last year, Oklahoma could do it. So I feel like I've got 4 legitimate candidates there.
Okay, I'll take that. Because to me, Michigan, Ohio State, or Penn State, one of those will be there. Alabama, Georgia, I feel like one of those will be there.
I don't know. I've got a feeling that LSU's about to, and I said earlier today, I think Auburn's going to be the most improved team in the SEC. I think LSU's going to continue to ascend.
Yeah. Well, and that could work out. Could work out for you there. Still a 14 playoff. Would not have made that bet, by the way, if this was in 2024. Well, the 12-team playoff.
12 team would have changed that.
Yeah, absolutely. But really, really good. Troy says 24/7 has Auburn ranked 4th in the transfer portal. So there you go, 24/7 with 4th in the transfer. LSU is they're high in both the high school recruiting and in the portal, so it works really well for LSU, who did win the SEC West last year.
We got some more Nate Oats. Do we need to do a spot here? You want Nate Oats? What do you
go
want?
ahead and give me Nate Oats.
Right, so we got some Nate Oats talking here. After getting the contract extension, if you missed it earlier today, the Alabama Board of Trustees approved Nate Oats' contract extension, which does 2 things, as Scott is showing you the official announcement now from Alabama. Does 2 things. Number 1, it makes Nate Oats a top 10 paid coach, top 4 in the SEC, top 10 in America, and is going to make him an average of $5 million per year. But it also gets his buyout back up to $12 million, which to me, for you fans, is the most significant part of this. I mean, Nate Oats can make $1 million or $5 million, doesn't really affect you. The buyout's what affects you. And Nate Oats is talking about that today. First, on the buyout part, he says his family loves it here. We're not going anywhere. This is from MikeRodak.AL.com. My daughters have moved enough. We wanted to be here at Alabama. We're not going anywhere. We didn't want to go anywhere. That puts to rest all those rumors. That helps recruiting, brings some stability to the program. So Nate Oats in front of the media today saying, look, there might have been rumors of us going somewhere. This puts that to rest.
Yeah, well, his girls have seen Buffalo up close and Michigan up close.
You think they like Tuscaloosa the best? Maybe the weather. Now, look, coaches have said this and have left. I'm not saying this means Nate Oats isn't staying, but I do think it makes it tougher when you sit down and say something like this and the rubber meets the road to leave.
And the buyout helps.
Well, yeah, the buyout helps tremendously. $12 million is a significant buyout. He is asked, of course, now about the new arena. You know this is coming, right?
This is what I want to hear.
All right, so Nate Oats, according to MikeRodak.AL.com, says the athletic department is, quote-unquote, fully behind building a new arena. Oates says he's talked to members of the Board of Trustees and, quote, they all know the importance of it. Continuing Nate Oats' quote, as he said on this show, we need more donors to give. That's basically where we're at. Oates goes on to say, as we have been told already, Greg Burns' latest estimate for the project is $250 million. When Alabama announced the project, the estimate was $130 million.
So that's almost completely doubled.
Again.
Very close.
Materials. Well, I'm not getting a deck done right now.
Yeah.
But you were spending Nate Oats there. You were spending Greg Burns money.
Yeah.
But
somebody tell Greg that, I mean, Lance has got money laying around. Just like he said you did, Greg. Just why are you not building that deck? LT, you know you need that deck. You got all the money
Every time I go out to ruin my steak on my gas grill, I mean, the boards creep. There's going to be a time when I'm gonna actually fall
right through.
my deck. I've got another steak bet for you.
It's going to be a trash
I
story.
will say Rams.
I can't wait till we get a deck sponsor. The LT is like, listen, you don't fall off that ladder with the gutter cap. Don't fall through that deck with our friends at Deck Acme.
I'm really afraid that I'm going to fall through my deck.
Yeah,
I won't let my kids go out there.
Don't go out grilling and break your neck and die.
Yeah, Kelsey, give me a deck sponsor real quick.
I will go Rams back in the Super Bowl before a game is ever played in the new arena.
I mean, Dunaway, the minute a shovel goes in the ground, it's 2 years,
That's
right?
what I need.
It's 2 years.
I respect you right there.
Thank you, Jim.
Because his building prowess.
Oh, God.
And that sounds right to me, too, but I would like to hear from, we have great construction people who listen to this show. Those of you that build big projects.
And those that build decks.
Yeah, whether you're with HOR or...
HOAR.
Yeah, or anyone
Hard,
else.
Prior.
All those.
Gosh.
All the great construction industry people listen to our show. Let me know. How long does it take for them right now, not even, don't even really have a shovel in the ground? How long will it take to get that thing built?
Well, I'm going to say it's good. Here's the problem.
You're saying I get at least 2 full seasons.
I think 2 full seasons elsewhere, at the BJCC.
I don't believe Chad either.
What's Chad say? Chad says, my mom just had a deck built 2 days with a roof. Well, I mean, she may have.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about building the deck.
Yes, we've moved on from that.
I don't care about
Eye
LT's
on
deck.
ball. Eye on ball. No, you're going to take the steak bet or not. You don't need this.
Well, he wants these answers.
I'd like to know how long is it going to take.
Well, how long is it going to take for the Rams to get back to the Super Bowl?
I don't think they'll be back in my lifetime.
Well, then make the bet.
I'll think about it. Let me think about it. Let me know, construction people.
I mean, we'll be back next year if you'll just take this bet. You saw what you did when you sold me that ticket.
Easy for you to say, Mr. Six Down. I mean, it just keeps turning the other direction lately, right?
Yeah, it does, Jim. You've had a good run. I'm going to say 2 years outside of Coleman Coliseum, or 2 years outside of Tuscaloosa.
No, I mean, they're going to play.
Oh, no, they're playing Coleman Coliseum. 2 more years at Coleman Coliseum, yes. That's what I mean, because they're not redoing, they're building on another site.
If you're just in, though, they have not announced a new arena.
No, not a bit.
So it's whenever they decide to build a new one.
That was on me on the BJCC. I apologize.
Yeah. Much more to get to, including we've already got our noon beers 10 minutes earlier from Lance.
Sorry.
When we come back, no, I'd rather have it delivered early than late. When we come back, though, the soundbite I've been saving for LT. By the way, I agree 100% with the guy who says it, but LT sort of doesn't like this guy already, and he's going to disagree a lot with what he says.
Let me get Brown doesn't care.
Oh, I don't know.
Brown does not care.
But I am going to make some people's day when we come back. Massive breaking news for this show. Making people's day when we come back.
The Rams are
I'm
trading
not going to
Allen
say it.
Robinson for
Don't
legit.
seen it.
I just saw it.
Am I making people's day, Jim?
We're going to have to delay the mind-blowing soundbite I have for this breaking news. It is on the other side. It is time to...
Well, y'all don't tell me and break.
Okay.
Ring the church bells. Ring the church bells, everybody. We're back in a moment. Flash the lights. The show, I got to get a sponsor here, though.
Okay,
the show
well,
is being brought to you by our friends at Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling.
Damn, I need to go back. You know enough about it. It's gluten-free, 8 times distilled, locally owned and operated.
Much like LT's bathroom, it's 8 times distilled.
March Madness upon us.
Yeah,
Win
Chuck's
Bucks.
Win Chuck's
Can't
Bucks.
wait. We're going to be live on location the first round on both Thursday and Friday with our friends at Redmond Vodka. We'll give you more information on that. Weekend is here, though. Ask for it by name. If you're going to a party, you're just hanging out, pick up a bottle of Redmond Vodka, available at all package stores and ABC stores.
All right, back in a moment.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Football season is here and fall is coming. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent Trane dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
It is the 52nd O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wills. The Next Round will be live at the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex Friday 3 to 5. Get discounted adult tickets in advance at any Birmingham area O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. And see us there Friday at 3 at the World of Wills.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show. We'll kick it off being brought to you by our friends at MyBookie, but some of you in the chat room have already found the developing news there as you follow everything social media. Interesting stuff out there. MyBookie, and then give us the breaking news.
MyBookie.ag, code Next Round. MyBookie.ag, code Next Round. It is where you go for Super Bowl Sunday pregame, live line, Super Bowl props, everything from the opening coin toss to the length of the national anthem to the color of the Gatorade dumped on the winning coach. You can get all of that right there at MyBookie.ag. Now, when you go to MyBookie.ag, make sure you use the code Next Round. They will give you a deposit bonus there. It is yours after you play it one time. All you got to do is use it one time. It is yours from that moment on. Now, a lot of places will give you a deposit bonus. What they will not do is only make you bet it one time, sometimes 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times before it's yours. Not MyBookie. MyBookie.ag, code Next Round for that bet. Anything, anytime, anywhere, MyBookie.ag. Lance, unless someone told you on the way to the bathroom, you have no earthly idea.
I have not seen anybody on the way to the bathroom.
What the breaking news I referred to is that would make a lot of people in our audience very, very happy. Would you like to wager a guess?
I will guess that Todd Grantham has moved to Idaho.
Todd Grantham has moved to the New Orleans Saints, not quite Idaho. Chris Lowe, ESPN, says Todd Grantham, who interviewed for the Alabama football defensive coordinator job.
Interviewed, that's interesting.
Has decided to return to the NFL as an assistant with the New Orleans Saints, sources tell ESPN. Grantham was an analyst at Bama last season, worked in the NFL for 11 seasons, DC at 3 different SEC schools. Just Chris Lowe mentioning it on our show the other day caused a meltdown like I don't know that I've seen in the time we've at least done this iteration of our show.
Scott, thank God. David, whew. Oh, wait, I'm a Saints fan too. Damn.
Yeah, this is if you don't like the Saints and you love Alabama, this is perfect.
Go Dogs. Go Dogs 404. Bama lucked out. Just some of the initial reactions.
He's just an assistant with the Saints. He's not going to be their defensive coordinator, I do not think. But yeah, I did not like. I don't know about Tommy Rees. I don't know. I've talked to some people that are like, hey, great hire. I've talked to some people that are like, wow, that's all Nick Saban could do. So, I mean, I really don't know about him. I think I had a good enough sample size on Todd Grantham to know that was not going to be a good hire for Alabama. So I don't want to read too much into this, but can I present with you a possibility here? Can I present to you a possibility with this news?
Yeah.
You think
I
you
love
know
when you speculate, yeah.
Okay. Do you read anything into this at all that Nick Saban feels more confident that he can get Jeremy Pruitt now?
Yeah.
That's what I've been saying all along, Brown, is that they're waiting for they're slow playing the hire on the defensive side, waiting for the NCAA to make a decision about what's happening at Tennessee.
No,
That's where I've been all along.
Yeah, you have been, Jim, but that slow play was Todd Grantham is your backup, right? You got him in the bullpen just in case you need a reliever, and now if Todd Grantham looks at it and says, oh, they're going to be able to hire Pruitt, I'm out of here.
Well, look,
I did think Grantham was the option B, the backup plan.
He was, and for Grantham to take this job with New Orleans, I think it tells you whether it's Pruitt or not, he's got his guy.
I think so. I think Todd Grantham clearly knows he's not going to be the Alabama defensive coordinator if he stays in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, Paul Taylor Golf Instruction. I'm pushing the ball right on my irons lately, Paul Taylor Golf Instruction, if you can help me with that. My iron shots are going all leaking right. But just hire Pruitt and don't let him talk to recruits is what Paul Taylor Golf Instruction is saying. Glenn Schumann is coming in hot and heavy now as well. And that would go back to basically the same time frame you're going here with Tommy Rees as well. You get through the portal window and the end of recruiting in this last cycle, and then he leaves his current job at Georgia now that they've secured that big 5-star DB, if it ends up being Glenn Schumann as well. So
Paul says come see him, make an appointment.
I would tell you, Glenn Schumann, I don't know how you work, Paul, but when we give you a free plug on the air, usually it comes with scratch my back, I just scratched yours. Glenn Schumann and Tommy Rees would be two young coordinators.
How old is Glenn Schumann?
I picture him to be in his early 30s as well.
Let's see if he's got a Wikipedia page.
But
if
you're Schumann, why would you not take the job?
32. Wow. Yeah, you'd have two young coordinators.
32 and 30, which helps you on the recruiting trail. Both have known really good recruiters.
Why what, Lance?
Why would you not take the job?
Well, I
think
co-defense
coordinator.
Again, what we talked about the other day when we were just speculating on Todd Monken leaving is Kirby Smart's going to be around longer than Nick Saban. But if you're Glenn Schumann, you've always got Will Muschamp right there as co-defensive coordinator. Is that a tenable situation, do you think, long term?
Jeff makes a great point here. He says, getting a Georgia low-level assistant, Schumann is at best third in the calling tree of defenses with Muschamp and Kirby.
Georgia low-level assistant?
He's co-defensive
coordinator.
coordinator.
I know, but he was defensive coordinator before Will Muschamp showed up. I mean, I don't call him a low-level Georgia.
I was just reading Jeff. I wasn't. Yeah, I'm just
Jim.
I was just pointing out for those that are listening that Jeff said that.
Yes.
Patrick says Glenn Schumann sounds like a senior PGA Tour event. Didn't we cover Glenn Schumann at Regions one year, Scott Forrester?
Let's go to the 13th. Glenn Schumann. He's got a birdie putt here. This will get him within one shot of Corey Pavin.
Yeah, and Larry Mize is one shot back. All right, so that's the developing news on the latest on the defensive coordinator search. We can't tell you who it's going to be, but it's not going to be Todd Grantham, as others are now reporting the story that was broke by a couple of folks last hour, including Chris Lowe, who was the first to report that story there. We move into another hour already on our show. Andy Staples talking about a variety of college football things. Jelly Walker was with us about UAB's big win last night. As we jump into the sound that could rock LT's world, I've overplayed that now. I will tell you, our friends at Odie's is ready for another great weekend of live music outside.
Great place. Remember Odie's Team Trivia, me and Rocky Wilhaver, soon to be Brown, pinch hitting for Rocky when he goes on tour. That's every Wednesday at 8 o'clock. But a great place for live music tonight and tomorrow night, all weekend long. Odie's Tavern, you can watch college basketball there, enjoy incredible food from Rodney Davis. He's been serving it for over 30 years now. Award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets full of Bud Light. Get in today. Go see Will Haber and that great staff. Odie's Tavern, it's a Birmingham institution, Crestline Village.
Our buddy Josh Pate, late kick Josh, making a great point here. He says, and keep in mind what has happened the last 24 hours.
Did you see where he's dating Margot Robbie?
Yeah. I saw that on the internet. Do we have that? Yeah, here we go. There we go. No off season, Josh Pate. Tell us that story.
I mean, I don't know. I just saw that. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty impressive, though.
Yeah, that is the internet right now having a lot of fun. No off seasons, Josh's catchphrase. Sources say CBS 24/7 sports analyst Late Kate Josh is dating A-list celebrity Margot Robbie. It's been the phenomenon on Twitter all over the weekend, Instagram, all the social media platforms. It was a Texas Tech coach one night. Who was the first one that it started? It was
and we said it on the show the first time, and we were like, wow, I thought he was married or something like that.
And Patrick, yes, I knew it was a fake.
Yeah. And then I can't remember the process, but there was one person we first brought it up because we were surprised by the story.
Right. I can't remember who it was, but it was an actor, and there was some belief that, that possibly could be going on. And then Margot Robbie's people, it was so widespread that Margot Robbie's people had to come out and say that is 100% not true, which started it becoming everyone is dating Margot Robbie now. So it's pretty funny on
Brock
social
Bowers
media.
was the one I'd seen the day before, and I was like, okay, I know it's a joke now. Brock Bowers is a heck of a receiver. He ain't dating Margot Robbie.
But back to what Josh Pate was tweeting with Tommy Reese, who was in town yesterday, and now with Todd Grantham leaving, all this is going on. Where is Nick Saban Brown?
He's at the beach, man. Saban's on vacation. He's on vacation.
He's down at that Dabo and his island in Florida, right?
I think that's right. So, I mean, if you think that college football news ever stops, Nick Saban's on vacation. His future, likely an offensive coordinator, lands in Tuscaloosa. The guy that was rumored to be his defensive coordinator takes a job with the Saints. And all this time, Nick Saban just got feet propped up on vacation.
You think if Saban was in Florida right now, how many times would he be asked about the OC and the DC?
Oh, my gosh. I mean, he can't go somewhere like that.
Taylor, who has sent out the how you Alabama fans feeling now about Chris Lowe and Todd Grantham going to the Saints there. K-Dub writes in from our old job, one of the great callers of all time. I knew God was a Bama fan. Andrew writes in relief. Posey says, go ahead and just bring Kevin Steele home, please, and Pruitt in as an analyst, and let's get on with this. I wonder how anxious Alabama fans are on getting the coordinator settled down. Do you think there is any anxiety at all on getting this done?
Which side of the ball do you think they were most worried about?
Offense. You agree?
Okay, we got to split here.
I don't know.
Why do you think offense?
Because I feel like Nick Saban dictates so much on the defensive side.
I mean, I can see that.
And why do you groan and think defense?
I mean, I don't know if there's one that outweighs the other.
Yeah. I personally think it was offense because I do think that most people feel like Nick Saban's going to get the defense right. Like even if he had to call it himself, he'd figure something out. So you look like you got the offensive one taken care of. I would be surprised. I'm no inside knowledge. I'm just saying if you don't see breaking news sometime today that it's Tommy Reese, I'd be a little surprised by that.
I would too. But back to which one's more concerning or which one's more important, the offense didn't lose them a game this year.
No. I mean, it wasn't great at LSU.
Yeah, it wasn't great at LSU, and it dug too deep of a hole in Tennessee. Okay, I'll continue to say both those things.
Anytime Alabama scores over 30 points, they should win a game.
Yeah, but they only had 24 in regulation. Okay. That's why it was in overtime. If they had scored 30, they would have won the game.
Yeah.
Their offense was not good at
Anyway,
LSU.
with the shutdown defense, they would have, worst case, been 11-1.
And listen, I know by law I'm supposed to tell you to go listen to our podcast, right? Give us thumb up.
Yes.
But go back and listen to Andy Staples explain to you of why he thinks it's taking a little bit of time here to get a new offensive coordinator in. And I had not thought of it this way because we do believe Alabama is not going to change its playbook. So finding a great recruiter who's also a great game caller to come in and basically learn your playbook and then call out off your menu isn't everybody's cup of tea. And I hadn't really thought of it that way until Andy explained it in that interview. It's worth a listen to go back and listen to Andy Staples earlier on our show today. At some point this weekend, you get a chance to go back and listen to that podcast. When we come back, a lot more on the show, including, unless you got more breaking news right
That's
now.
it. That's all I got, man. I am out of breaking news.
It's been a busy show.
It sure has been.
Last 20 hours or so. We will get to that one sound bite. We've got 4 downs still to come, and maybe a special guest. We're not going to count on it, but maybe a special guest. All that still to come on the show that is being brought to you in part by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Our friends at Hemp Hill, Adam, Chad, and the team, been taking care of Birmingham since the 1950s.
Yeah, in Hemp Hill, they've got a great February special for you. Right now, from our friends at Hemp Hill, you can get a $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated, independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Hey, this Valentine's Day, treat that special someone to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers. Choose from a menu of over 70 options. Buy online 24/7 or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa and tell them the next round sent you.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe. The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. Before LT tells us about Bromberg's, a really wonderful thing started happening yesterday, night before last, I should say, and then all through yesterday. Our friends at PFT on Barstool did an interview with Arian Foster, where Arian Foster leaned into what everybody was saying coming off of the conference championship game, where he talked about why is everybody so upset? Back when I played every year at training camp, we got handed a script by the NFL, and basically it was 17 chapters, and every week all you did at practice was practice what was on the script. You practice an interception or running a touchdown, an injury, or whatever. And they all stayed in character on the interview on the podcast, PFT on Barstool. And then another, like the Who's Dating Margot Robbie thing, it became a really hot topic on social media where legitimate NFL players were leaning into it as well, continuing the joke, including first our buddy Marlon Humphrey
me giving up 200 yards to Chase was just me following the script, everybody. No way Chase is going to really beat me for 200 in a game. I was just following the script.
Love it.
Alvin Kamara leaned into it. When they handed me the script for our season during camp, I almost walked out of the facility, bro.
So good.
And then my favorites, our boy Dan Orlovsky, who said this was totally scripted. I would have never run out of the back of the end zone.
That's really good.
If it not have been for the script. I was scripted to do that. So everybody leaning into that on social media.
So good.
Our friends on Bromberg's, I want to take care of you this Valentine's Day.
Absolutely. Bromberg's, family owned and operated since 1836. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box from the Diamond Specialist at Bromberg's. 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. And Bromberg's also thrilled to be the official Oris jeweler, introduce another fine timekeeping brand to the Birmingham community. Oris, founded in the Swiss town of Holstein back in 1904. Today, Oris is one of the small handful of Swiss watch brands that makes only mechanical watches. A mechanical watch is a thing of beauty, designed according to principles that have been around for generations and will continue long into the future. An Oris watch is an item built to last and provide a lifetime of enjoyment. Treat yourself this Valentine's. If a woman out there trying to find her man something, an Oris watch would be great this Valentine's. Available at the Summit and online. Go to brombergs.com/watches/Oris. When are you going to make my head melt?
Right here,
Okay.
cut number 2.
Melt him!
Because we have a special guest in the next segment, but I refuse to tease him because I want to make sure he's there first. But here is this guy.
Oh, you've already made it melt. All you had to do was put it on the preview screen.
This guy right here. And I'm going to go ahead and tell you, he's exactly right in everything he says.
Okay.
But it's going to make you so mad. But he's exactly right. And you could change the names from Clemson to Alabama, and it would work for us in this state too. But here's Dabo Swinney from Wednesday.
And you guys that have been around here back in February of 11 when we signed that class and we had that signing day, you know, if I would have said to all of y'all coming off of 6 wins right there, hey, here's what's fixing to happen the next 12 years, Pete. I know we hadn't won 11 games in 31 years, but we're going to go do it 8 times in 11 years. I know we hadn't won 10 games in 20 years, but we're fixing to do it 12 years in a row. I know we hadn't won a national championship since 1981, but we're going to go to 6 Final Fours. We're going to win 2 national championships and come with an onside kick and winning another one. And we're going to win 12 straight postseason games, 12 years in a row. Nobody's ever done that in college football. Oh, and by the way, we're going to graduate 98% of our guys, and we're going to have 13 top 15 recruiting classes in a row. Y'all would have all looked at me like I was crazy, you know, and the Clemson man would have said, hey, well, sign me up for that, all right? And it's not that we've been perfect every year, and we're never going to be perfect every year. But, man, we've had a lot of joy in the journey. And I think when you lose perspective of that and how hard it is, it's like, again, when we won the ACC championship up there in Charlotte in 11, there were 5,000 people at the West End Zone. It was unbelievable. Couldn't even get off the bus. 5,000 people. Now, there ain't nobody there. Now it ain't no big deal. And I think that's sad.
No, all that is true. That's true.
I get that. He would hate my camera. I think his priorities have gone, now he's Dabo, then God. Why do we need to hear about his resume? Yeah, great accomplishments. We all know that, though.
Well, I don't know what the question was. To be fair, I don't know if he was asked.
Well, it's National Signing Day.
I knew that.
So I don't know what the question was either. But the point is, you could say that about Alabama.
There's no doubt you could.
I mean, Alabama fans won the national championship in 2020, lost for it in 2021. I am surprised that Dabo believes that if Alabama had not kicked that onside kick, what was that, in the third quarter, that they were going to win that game. It was a big moment.
Yeah, the kickoff return for a touchdown by Kenyon Drake's probably the bigger play.
Yeah.
But anyway.
But Alabama was in it in 21 and lost the game. And then last year, all they did was go 11-2. But Alabama fans feel like it slipped a little bit.
Okay. Well,
right?
You know what?
And they do, right? They do. I mean, that's a fair statement. They do feel like it slipped a little bit. And at Clemson, it has slipped a little bit.
It has. And Dabo is dead on with everything he said. But, and again, we don't know what the question was, he is getting paid elite money based on what he has been able to do.
Yep.
So the expectation is we're going to pay you like this, continue to be consistent at that elite level.
And you can't be. Nobody can be.
I know,
Everybody
but that's the
can't be.
fan expectation when I'm paying you that kind of money. I don't disagree with Lance there. I don't disagree with Dabo, and I don't disagree with Lance. Dabo, what he says is correct. But Dabo has also, and he deserves to be paid what he's getting paid based on what everybody else is getting paid. I'm not making that argument. But when you take that kind of money, fans expect you to continue to deliver on, I'm paying you that level. I expect you to continue to deliver at that level.
But he's right about the fan interest as well.
There's zero doubt.
5,000 fans outside the bus when it's getting off for the ACC championship game in 2012, whenever that was, when they were going to play whoever. And now nobody shows up. And we do. We think that ACC championship game for Clemson was just a given, right? It doesn't matter. Not going to be there.
Yep.
Or when they don't even show up for it, that happens. It happens here too. I mean, how many times do you have Alabama fans like, semifinal game? I'm not going to semifinal game. I'm going to go to the championship.
It's going to start happening in Athens too. The next time they win one, if Kirby wins another one, they're going to say, we don't really need the in-stadium celebration. Let's just do a parade and we'll,
But
we'll be done with it.
I mean, it also shows you that Dabo realizes that they've fallen off. There's no reason to spit out your entire resume. If not, and I agree with what Goose is saying. It's funny how he doesn't mention how bad the ACC was during his run. The ACC was awful.
It was.
I mean, it was like Florida State when they were dominating in the 90s, the ACC. Yeah. That's the way it's been.
Well, I think he acknowledges that he, too, admits it slipped by going to hire Garrett Riley, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's an un-Dabo-like move to go outside of his family.
Basically fired a friend of his buddy
Streeter.
Yeah, Jeff Streeter, to go hire the hottest name in offensive coordinating.
Yeah.
I mean, that does say, I know we've fallen off a little bit, we got to improve.
And I wouldn't mind if he just summed it up as saying, look, this is the best era in the history of this football. Clemson's never had a run like this, but you don't have to go. I mean, he rehearsed it. I mean, he went back and looked at everything, check. Here's what I'm going to do.
He knows his numbers for sure. Now,
and his coat's worse than mine.
Well, I mean, it's Clemson's colors.
Yeah, but it's still worse.
It is a bold jacket.
And to go back to Dabo on the onside kick thing, if not for a pick play, you may have only got one national championship.
Jimmy Bama.
Coming up, we've got a special interview. We're at World of Wills later today. We look forward to that. Coming up later today, we'll be down there 3 to 5-ish. Couple of hours and a specialty show today. So if you've had fun for the 4 hours today, we got 2 more bonus hours on this Friday, 3 to 5 Central today from the World of Wills down in Birmingham. Make sure you go to see that. A special guest on that coming up on the other side. And our show today being brought to you by the wonderful folks at Slice Pizza. If you're getting a pizza this weekend, make sure it's our friends at Slice.
Yeah, think about going tonight. It's the absolute best when it comes to pizza. If you've never been before, 4 great locations, including the newest in Crestline. We'll be doing a show out there in the next couple of weeks. The Bajalia brothers created this incredible concept. It's local pizza, it's local ingredients. The late Jeff Bajalia, Jason Bajalia, Chris, they continue to celebrate his legacy and this great pizza, specialty pies, delicious wings, by the way. But stop into one of the 4 locations, the original Lakeview, one in Vestavia, one in Montevallo, and now in Crestline. Get into Slice this weekend.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
It is the Season of Speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the Season of Speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. The NFL playoffs are here and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the Next Round all the way through the Super Bowl.
Back with you on the Next Round as we continue today, getting ready for our trip down to the World of Wills, which is just a ton of fun every year. For over 50 years we've been doing this in Birmingham, and it's just such a good time, and so many great people have rolled in to share their stardom with us, their lives with us. And man, we're looking forward to one of the TV's and entertainment world's greats coming to town.
Yeah, a very good comedian. You remember him from Good Times as well, and he'll be there Sunday signing autographs, taking photos at the World of Wills, O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wills at the BJCC. He is the great Jimmie Walker. Jimmie, what is up, man? How are you?
Good. How are you guys?
Doing awesome. Thank you for joining us. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. How much time have you spent in Birmingham? This will not be your first trip, will it?
No, not at all. We don't work Birmingham anymore, but they have a great comedy club there, which is the Superdome. Bruce Ayers, a great guy, has eliminated me from the lineup there. He's a great guy. And he said, well, I love you. We've had you here a couple of times. We just can't draw people. So he said, I'm in the business of making money. So this is your chance to see me, one of my rare appearances in Birmingham. But Bruce Ayers, one of the great owners of comedy clubs, and this World of Wheels thing is going to be fun. So the 2 or 3 people that want to see Jimmie Walker, this is the time to come.
It was one of my favorite shows as a kid growing up in syndication was watching Good Times. Let's go back to 1974 or 73 when you first read for the show.
I never read for the show.
Okay, you never read. Okay, I like that.
Yeah, that's
impressive.
impressive.
I'm a stand-up. That's what I do. So they saw me doing stand-up, and they said, do you want to be on the show? And I said, yeah. So I was on the show.
Okay, so any idea that Good Times was going to have the success that it actually had?
It's interesting from the standpoint of I wasn't really paying attention to it. At that time, you guys are too young to remember, but this show called Johnny Carson. And everybody that in my class of comics is trying to get on Johnny Carson's show. And as you guys probably don't know, but Johnny Carson could make or break his career. And that was my main focus at that time. You know, we had David Brenner, we had Steve Martin, we had Richard Pryor, we had Dave Kaplan, Robert Klein, Bette Midler, Liza Minnelli, Woody Allen. All those guys were in my class. So everybody was battling for either do a movie, which is Woody's thing, or to do Boris Play, which is Liza's thing, or to get on Johnny Carson. So to be on TV, to us, TV was Johnny Carson. Sitcom was not the thing. So that was my goal.
I thought it was interesting with that show, and comedy does this. Stand-up comedy does this too. For it exposes people to different ways of life. For me, as a young kid in Alabama, growing up in the '70s, I didn't really know what it was like being a inner city African American kid. And when I watched Good Times, I was exposed to a little bit of that in both a humorous way, but you guys also, tackled some really huge subjects on the show. How hard was that for you and for the cast and for the writers to sort of blend comedy and real serious life issues together?
That was Norman Lear's thing. If you look at Norman's work, whatever it is, 11 Emmy-winning shows he's had on, he always felt that way about doing sitcoms in terms of, if you look at all, these kind of things will never be done again because of our society, because of social media, because of political correctness. I do a thing in my act about it, but it's true. You'll never see another Jeff Freeze. You'll never see another All Family. You'll never see another Mash. You'll never see anything like that again. You won't even see sitcoms sitting on the air now. It will all be game shows, police shows, and that will be what it is. And that's the society, the way it is nowadays, that comedy is kind of done, except for my good friend Bruce Ayers at the Superdome. He's still there. But you won't see much comedy anymore. Those days are over.
Jimmie Walker is with us. You will see him at the World of Wheels, the O'Reilly Auto Part World of Wheels on Sunday. He'll be signing autographs and making photos there at the BJCC. Do you know Eddie Murphy very well at all?
Not at all. He's one of the rare guys I don't know. He was a guy who was a Richard Pryor aficionado.
Yeah.
And he worked Richard Pryor's stuff very well and carved an incredible career. And good for him.
Yeah, he's had an incredible career. I read, though, that the painting that is so iconic, that is on the opening credits of your show of Good Times, is called Sugar Shack. It's a 1976 painting. And I read that Eddie Murphy purchased it for $50,000, the actual painting, and eventually sold it for $15 million. So I didn't know if you had any familiarity with that story at all, because that's pretty crazy.
Don't know anything about the paintings. I was not involved in that at all. Ernie Barnes did our paintings. I was not allowed to touch the paintings, so I had nothing to do with it.
Well, it was worth $15 million.
No, I had nothing to do with it. In terms of our show, I was not as involved. My focus was sitting with Johnny Carson. But no, I don't know what happened to the paintings. I don't know anything about it. I don't paint. I don't have any artistic talent like that. Can't draw a straight line with a ruler. I know nothing about it.
So, back to your days as a vendor at Yankee Stadium. How long were you?
Wow.
Oh, I didn't even know this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. How long were you a vendor, and what was the best on-field moment that you were actually at Yankee Stadium for?
I was there for Mickey Mantle.
Oh, wow.
And Mickey Mantle hit a home run off of Camilo Pascual, which broke through and over 450 feet. So that I remember. And I remember seeing Joe Pepperstone getting thrown out of third base. I was standing there, and Frank Cassetti was coach, and he waved him around. And as he was coming around, you see the ball bouncing ahead of Joe Pepperstone. He was all over salad. He was shortstop, third baseman. And he looked at Joe, and Joe looked at him, and he just held the ball up as he tagged him out and laughed at him.
You mentioned things that will never, like those 70 sitcoms that tackled big things, they couldn't happen now in society. There are some things we don't have anymore. It seems like, were you ever, like in animation, did they ever do you in cartoon? Did you ever play with the Harlem Globetrotters? And were you ever on Battle of the Network Stars? Because those were three things it seemed like were big in the 70s to me as a kid. And it feels like in my mind you were on all. You played with the Globetrotters, you were on Battle of the Network Stars, and you were one time animated. Did any of those things happen, or did I just remember them wrong?
Battle, we did a lot of battles. Battles were very, 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 very much. What happened to the battles was it was too intense, so they had to cancel the battles because the money was too big, and people played very hard, and it became not a fun thing anymore for people because the winner got like $125,000 too.
Wow! And
people were not fooling around. People were very serious. So and we had Howard Cosell, at that time he was a huge star. So, but we had major health people. You know, we have Sarah Boston and Carter, Mark Harmon, and they were all college guys. You know, they were great. LeVar Burton was an Olympic track star. So it was like people were very serious for that kind of money. So they said, it's not funny anymore. You guys are killing each other out. But we had fun. I liked it. So that was bad.
Random question here, and I've just always been curious because I've never talked to anyone that was in the city of New York in 1977 in July for that New York City blackout that lasted a couple of days. Were you there? If so, what was that like?
Well, even during the blackout, as I said, the blackout was safer than what New York is now.
Wow.
So that was a whole thing. We had a lot of comedy. We worked the improv and Catch a Rising Star. We did probably, a 3-day show with everybody, from Liza to Beth to Pat Benatar. Everybody sang and danced, and people were invited, and people ate for free. And it was actually a fun time. I mean, those days, there's no more there's no more fun anymore. Nothing but hates it because of social media. But we had fun. It was good. Everybody just hung out.
All right, so we started with Good Times questions. We'll end with a Good Times question. It is almost universal in this show. One of the saddest moments of our childhood was when John Amos passed away on the show, James Evans. As a kid, I thought the actor really died. I mean, I didn't understand how all of that worked. I didn't know it was a contract situation with John Amos. When you're filming a scene like that, is it as sad as it comes across?
I think Ralph, who played my brother, great guy, Ralph Carter, Ralph was hit a little bit harder than everybody else got. You know, we just came in one day and they said John's off the show, and that was it. And so Ralph had a little problem with it. But other than that, I think it was, I'm not an actor or anything like that. I don't do acting. But, you know, it's the John Wayne school of acting. I've done 3 or 4 specials with John Wayne. And they said, well, how do you get to your character and stuff like that? He says, when they say be sad, I'm sad. When I'm supposed to be mad, I'm mad. That's my acting ability. I have very little ability to that.
All right, here's Jimmie Walker. You can see him at the BJCC this weekend with World of Wheels, the O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wheels, signing autographs, making
Great
photos.
Place.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
Great place.
It'll be fun. Great
and
place.
One of the rare chances to see me in Birmingham.
That's right. Yeah, you don't get to see JJ very often in Birmingham. Jimmie Walker in Birmingham. Jimmie, thank you very much for the time. Safe travels. We look forward to having you in our town.
I'm looking forward to being there. You guys are great. Thank you so much.
All right, take care. Jimmie with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. As many of you point out in the chat room, his phone not dynamite.
You know, I can I've got an idea. There were some really, really interesting things. I just wish we had subtitles where we could actually.
Apparently, New York sucked back then.
Because of the static, yes.
New York sucked back.
Couldn't understand it.
New York sucked back then, and
it's not even close now. New
York. He wasn't much of an actor.
I feel very safe walking around New York. There's certain parts you wouldn't want to go to. Spanish Harlem, I'm not going to go at 3 a.m. But New York in the 70s was awful. And I don't know if you guys remember much about that blackout, but it was during the Summer of Sam, too. And they said that everybody was on edge for 2 days.
Auburn gets a big basketball commitment that has gone down in the last 13 minutes. We were expecting this. We mentioned it on the show yesterday. But LeBaron Filan has picked Auburn, a 4-star guard, to go with the guy they got earlier this week. So another big recruit for next year's recruiting class, or for the next recruiting cycle for the Auburn Tigers. So another big get from, I believe, Baker High School in North Alabama. So the recruiting machine continuing for Bruce Pearl in this recruiting class as that has come down. So big basketball news happening in this state over and over and over. It keeps churning out one after another, and there's one for Bruce Pearl. Final segment coming up where we will get into 4 downs. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Some storms rolled through yesterday. If you had an opportunity and had maybe sadly had some storm damage in any of the recent storms, remember to call Greg Nelson from Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City, one of the most respected roofing contractors in our area. We talk to Greg all the time. He's just back from a little hiatus with his wife. He's back ready to be on your roof today, tomorrow, whenever. 205-542-3531. 542-3531. Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing. Insurance companies trust him, so when you get that storm damage, he goes out there, takes the pictures before you secure your home, gets a portfolio together, and then he helps you secure all your belongings there as well. Also, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. And don't forget that he has specials there for active service people, reservists, and veterans as well. Some of it free services on pipe jack boots and other things. Ask Greg about those as well. Look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. It is Storm Restoration Roofing.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialists will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Great businesses stand the test of time, and our friends at Wayne's are celebrating their 50th year in business in 2023. And as a way for Wayne's to say thank you to loyal customers and communities Wayne's serves, you'll get $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. $50 off for existing customers as you add new services or brand new customers. So save $50 on every service you sign up for with Wayne's. This offer is good through February 28th. That's 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com and the code TNR.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Let me ask a very simple question. If you were washing your car, would you use the same sponge on the body of the car that you use on the undercarriage? The clear answer is no. So why are you using the same razor on your face that you're using on the undercarriage? Stop doing that today. Go get the lawnmower at Manscaped and make sure you got the perfect razor for that really important part of your body. Manscaped.com. Right now, use the code TNR, 20% off your order. Use code TNR at Manscaped.com. It is the 52nd O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wills. The next round will be live at the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex Friday 3 to 5. Get discounted adult tickets in advance at any Birmingham area O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. And see us there Friday at 3 at the World of Wills.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the show, New York Butcher Shop, bringing you part of this segment here, our friends at New York Butcher. If you're looking for a great place to get a good piece of meat to enjoy blockbuster Saturday in basketball, I mean, all over ESPN all day long. You have the first Duke, North Carolina game in Cameron with John Shire as the coach of the Blue Devils. Both these teams a little under where their fan bases are used to them being. Neither team ranked, but there's John Shire's first game against Carolina in Cameron. That goes on ESPN 5:30 on Saturday. Auburn and Tennessee at 1 o'clock on ESPN. You've got Florida and Kentucky, Indiana, Purdue. Big Gonzaga-St. Mary's game, 9:30 on ESPN. All that blockbuster Saturday. New York Butcher Shop can get your refrigerator stocked for that big day.
And you're up how many steaks right now?
6.
That's amazing. We need to put a couple out there. I've got some that I will throw your way.
All right, we'll do a couple.
I will take Indiana plus 3.5 against Purdue.
Is that the number? Do we know the number, or you just?
I think that's what it's going to be.
Okay.
I will take Indiana plus 3.5, and I would take Tennessee minus 4.5.
I will take Purdue minus the 3.5.
Yep.
I will take that one. I don't want to rush into Tennessee Auburn yet. Let me think about that.
Valentine's Day right around the corner. I think we're 11 days out if my math is correct. And right now, Jim and the fine folks at the New York Butcher Shop, they've got a special package, dinner for two 8-ounce choice fillets, 2 loaded twice baked potatoes, 2 garden salads, yeast rolls, only $59.99. You can upgrade to Prime for just $10 more. 2 great locations to serve you. Cahaba Heights, Greystone right there on Highway 119.
I will tell you that the Purdue game with Indiana, watch this game because Indiana has a backcourt that is built like a lot of the good teams in the country. Indiana's obviously so big around Edney down in the post. They play a traditional Big Ten, slow in the paint kind of style. Indiana's built on the perimeter like a lot of your Alabamas in them are, just not to the high level. If Indiana's style causes Purdue problems this weekend, if I lose this stake, it's Purdue minus 1.5 is the betting line.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
You took them at 3.5.
Oh, come on.
That's fine. I will do that. That's fine. And DraftKings has Tennessee minus 9.5, and you're trying to give me on the 4.5 there. So
Lunsford, up 6 stakes.
Yeah.
So I can cheat him if he's up 6
I'm not trying to cheat him. I
stakes.
haven't seen the numbers. I'm just telling you what I would have listed.
We're good at Purdue 3.5. I'm just saying if it ends up Indiana is close in this one or wins this game, don't have Purdue advancing deep into your NCAA tournament bracket because this will be a major problem for them when they get to the bracket. So if Purdue survives tomorrow against Indiana, wins that game, they're still in play to be a Final Four team. If they get beat by an Indiana team that's not a national championship contender but has a good perimeter game, don't have them going deep in your bracket. We've got to do 4 downs. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. All the great locations of Vulcan Tires, 4 great locations right now, including the new one in Pell City.
Yeah, it's wintertime. Don't get stuck out in the cold winter weather. It takes a toll on car batteries, so keep your car starting strong every time with a battery check from Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Their team will keep you on the road no matter the weather, and they are who we at the next round we all trust. We send everybody we know to see the guys at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Their locations all across the greater Birmingham area. Tell them the guys from the next round sent you. Ask about that battery check. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
I'm pulling this up. I will take Tennessee minus 9.5 just to be fair if you want to do it.
I am not interested in that game at all. I mean, we don't know what Auburn is yet. You've said it this week that Auburn, tell us a lot about Auburn. And I'm interested to see what Auburn is after this game. But Tennessee coming off of a loss, this could go very badly.
Which Senior Bowl participant this weekend starts an NFL game first? Jake Haener or Max Duggan? Both of these guys will be on rosters.
Yeah, I'm going to go. Who was it that told us to watch?
Luganville.
It was Luganville that was
That's
higher
right.
on Haener than he was on Anthony Richardson and Will Levis. I'll go Jake Haener. You're the one that educated me on Jake Haener. Yeah.
Luganville said take him basically third, like third quarterback.
Yeah, after CJ and Bryce, Jake Haener was on Luganville's board.
So I guess I'll go Jake Haener.
Yeah, I mean, I did not pay a lot of attention to Jake Haener until you told me about him. I started paying attention. Duggan seemed to be a really good college quarterback. I just don't know what he'll do in the NFL. I don't think he throws the ball well enough to throw the ball in the NFL.
I heard, I forgot who's at the Senior Bowl this week, but I heard them talking about yesterday that, it was Rick Neuheisel. He said Duggan, when he's just out passing drills, is awful, but when it actually is in team play, he's great. He's like, it makes no sense.
That doesn't make any sense.
Second down.
Okay, 21 years ago today, I still can't believe this happened. Tom Brady won his first ever Super Bowl 36 against my Rams as a 13.5-point dog. Outside of Jalen Hurts, we got to take him off the table. Who will be the next quarterback to win their first Super Bowl? There's a lot of great quarterbacks out there that have not won one.
So we take Hurts off the table because he could win one a week from Sunday.
I mean, Josh Allen would be a guy you would look at. Obviously, they are right in the mix all the time.
Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert,
Joe Burrow
Dak
is
Prescott.
very, very close. Whoever's quarterback in San Francisco.
I mean, it feels like with that Bills roster.
I don't disagree.
That it could have already peaked and could start going down a little bit. Joe Burrow just keeping all those receivers together as he gets a new contract is going to be hard to do.
I think I'd go Burrow, though. I think I'd go Burrow, yeah. I mean, they're just too close. I mean, they are right in the thick of it the last 2 years, and that's just his first 2 years in the league, first 3 years in the league, 2 years they've been right in the middle of it.
And I'm trying to think of the NFC, who another quarterback I would even put in the mix. Hurts, Dak, Daniel Jones is not going to win a championship.
No, but Dak is a good answer because the Cowboys, eventually they will spend enough money to get in there. I'm going to go off the board. I'm going to say Justin Herbert, Los Angeles Chargers.
Okay, I think he does get an upgrade with Kellen Moore.
Yeah.
Third down.
That's a good one right there, Jim.
99 years ago today, opening ceremonies for the first ever Winter Olympics. I tried to think about this. It's probably an obvious answer, but I couldn't come up with it. Who's the greatest Winter Olympian ever?
Oh, we've had so many great skiers over the time. Skiing and figure skating dominates the Winter Olympics. I cannot name
so
one
many
skier right now.
I'm going to go.
Vaughn.
No. Lindsey Vaughn was good. I don't know what
very
category, but Nadia Comaneci, the ice skater,
Dorothy Hamill was
the
pretty
Russian
good, right?
ice skater, I am going to to go with her. I think she won a bunch of gold.
I thought she was a
Nadia
gymnast.
Comaneci was a Romanian gymnast.
Yeah.
Well, who's the Russian ice skater?
Olga Korbut.
Olga Korbut. That's who I'm going with.
What about the one that had the wreck?
Good answers. Bonnie Blair and Apollo Ono were speed skaters.
Apollo Ono, yeah.
Shaun White was in the modern day Winter Olympics.
They shoehorned that into the Olympics.
Tanya Harding makes really good videos.
Wow.
Apollo Ono
really bad videos.
Or really bad videos. God, there were some old skiers though. And I keep Jean-Claude Van Damme keeps coming to mind, but he wasn't a skier. But it was somebody who sounded like that.
Wasn't he the guy that busted his ass and had the yard sale on the beginning of Worldwide Sports?
There is somebody that he was not a very famous person. He's famous for that crash in the ski jumping.
See, I mean, there's so many summer athletes that you could just run through.
Right.
It's just that's tough.
I mean, a lot of people. Micah Ruzioni.
Yeah, that's one Olympics, but that's a big one.
Yeah, but probably a figure skater. Nancy, she had a haircut. Nancy Hamlin?
Dorothy Hamlin.
Dorothy
Hamlin.
Something, yeah.
Hamilton.
Yeah.
Dorothy Hamilton.
By the way, we talk about every sport in the book with no notes, and I have found our Achilles heel that is Winter Olympics. This is what we are the worst at.
Every 4 years, and I really don't care.
I mean, we even bullshit our way through ice hockey,
That's
NHL
right.
stuff. We're okay on NBA, college. I mean, all these other sports, even soccer, we limp our way through.
But yeah, Winter Olympics.
Winter Olympics, we have just saw our Achilles heel.
Dorothy Hamilton is the answer, though. I'm going to go with her.
Oh, Eric Heiden. Eric Heiden was a speed skater. He was on one of my Sports Illustrated.
Yeah, that's the male. Dorothy Hamilton's the female.
Back when I had when there were magazines in the world. Yep.
Good Dorothy.
Yeah.
Fourth down.
Eric Heiden. I kept that in my room to show you how you used to have to be before there was the internet. I had an Eric Heiden Sports Illustrated right on top of a stack of magazines that were Girls of the SEC. Playboy was number 2, but I kept Eric Heiden right on top of that because I knew my dad would not pick up a Sports Illustrated that had an ice skater on the front.
Now, Brown has this problem, but not to the degree of speed skaters. Do they wear tough skins or the husky jeans because of the big thighs?
Probably so, yeah.
I bet so.
For the record, don't have to wear Huskies, but I do have big thighs. Yes, thank you, Lance, for that.
No, you said it on the air.
Yes, I know.
Christy Yamaguchi is a good one.
Yeah.
Okay, so fourth down. Who's got more seasons left in them? Nick Saban or the original Yellowstone?
I'll say original Yellowstone does one more.
Yeah, Nick Saban.
Yep, Nick Saban wins that one.
That is winding down. There's just not enough villains left in the world to try to come after Yellowstone.
Right. I mean, he's been governor or whatever. Yeah, spoiler alert.
Yeah. So, there's not that many people who really do want the Dutton Ranch.
They will keep riding.
Unless the Russians want it to make an airstrip to attack America. I don't see any more villains out there. So I'm going to say Nick Saban's there longer than Yellowstone. The original Yellowstone.
I think I would go the original Yellowstone.
I say it ends the original Yellowstone. Kevin Costner, when he's no longer on the show, that is no longer the original Yellowstone, in my opinion.
But they still can. They can do like a John Amos.
Yeah, he can't do. Kevin Costner can't do many more of these because he's not even moving around very well for an old ranch owner. Like him on a horse is almost unbelievable right now.
Well, he's almost 70. I mean, how many 70-year-olds ride horses? Okay, that's it.
Donald Trump?
I don't know if you're right.
We missed the end of the show as well.
Oh, no.
Oh, sorry. So anyway, 4 Downs brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Did you know they have the best price on tires guaranteed? Yep, they guarantee it. The quality brands you know and trust at the best prices. 4 locations in Birmingham, Lund more. Go to VulcanTireandAuto.com.
All right. That's now a Lunsford problem, not our problem. We're back with you Monday. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.